Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is a very special guest, Dan Fraga. Welcome to the show, man.
Oh, thank you for having me, dude.
Oh, it's my pleasure. My pleasure. I saw you on Ethan's stream. I saw that you had a project going the other day. Obviously, I think you saw that because you guys were stealing my views. Rude.
You know.
and yeah, people suggested I have you on the stream, and you said you'd love to come on, so here we are.
And I have to kill you, from what I understand.
Yeah, you have to kill me, and I hope you do it in some glorious way.
We could talk it out, man, any way you want. I'll tell you a little bit about the story offline.
Sure.
That's one of the things that people that bought the Mind Blown, they get to hear a little bit about the story, because I got a little bit of M. Night Shyamalan sort of twist going on.
Ooh.
And I can't, people are like, tell us all about it. And I can kind of tell you the lead in, but I can't really tell you everything, because then it would just give it up. Right.
Well, and I wouldn't want to have it spoiled for me either.
No.
Okay, so question. Am I pronouncing your last name wrong?
Say it.
I said Fraga.
No, it's like
Fraga, like Sega?
Yes. Yeah, okay. Exactly right.
Someone said that, so I apologize humbly.
Oh, don't worry about it. Rekieta, it's fine.
Yeah, my whole life, no one has ever gotten it right, so it's fine. I get it. So you mentioned that you're a bourbon hound.
I am. Yeah, I have my favorites, and sadly, like my absolute favorite, when you get something and the getting's good, and then you think it's going to last forever. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I used to live in the Valley. When I was directing the Ricky Gervais show, there was a Bevmo down the street from my house on Sepulveda. And in their special case, you know how everyone has their special case.
Yeah.
They got this Willet 28 year. It was from 1980. Okay. And they had like 5 bottles of it, and it was like, $280. It wasn't crazy.
That's not insane.
It's not, because, I was buying Pappy Van Winkle on the regular.
Oh yeah.
But then Pappy went through the roof too. But the order in which it goes is, I have a soft spot for Willet is number 1. Pappy's probably number 2. Orphan Barrel, which is a company I showed you a picture of.
Right.
Orphan Barrel finds these old abandoned rick houses that have like 100 barrels left over. Sure. And then they create their own line. Like there's Forged Oak, there's Old Blowhard, there's Lost Prophet. There's a couple other ones, but those I really like those, because they're kind of like a mystery box. They're going to be good.
Yeah, and each one's different, I'm guessing.
Yeah, each one's different, right? And then the stuff that I found, though, my favorite thing to do is finding the what I call whiskey hacks. Okay. So there's 2 ways I whiskey hack. Number 1, I showed you a picture of. I bought these little oak barrels. They're these pre-charred oak barrels that you can buy, like a Wild Turkey 101, which is like a high octane. Same with, there's one called Fighting Cock. It's a 53%er. So You're looking at 106 there. It's really spicy out the bottle. Like, you go, whoa, you can feel your eyebrows kind of singe when you take a sip.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, but you put it in that barrel for 5 weeks and it comes out smooth. So I like doing that. And then the other one that I really dig is there's one called 2 Stars. Have you heard of 2 Stars?
No.
So 2 Stars is an exclusive through Total Wine and More. And what 2 Stars is and I know you don't, because you're a classy dude, but you never shopped at like Ross for Less. But the thing about like Ross for Less, and even like the higher end one, like Loehmann's, like you can go into Loehmann's and buy an $800 pair of jeans for $100, because like maybe the stitch by the knee is off by that much and it didn't meet the standard, so it goes to Loehmann for that.
Right.
What 2 Star is it's coming from the same distillery as Pappy and Buffalo Trace. It's got the same mash bill, it's got the same everything, it's just the head distiller went, not quite. And they don't just pour it down the drain. They turn it into 2-star. And 2-star is a $36 handle, but it's fucking amazing because it's like high-end. It's the high-end reject, but the high-end reject is 10 million times better than, a Jim Beam or a Maker's.
Right, yeah. What's funny is Pappy used to, I think they used to get rid of their high-end rejects too, and then they just turned it, when Pappy blew up and became super impossible to find, they just created another line from the distillery, and that's just the high-end reject of Pappy. And so now they sell that at like a much more modest price, but it's still expensive and high quality.
That shit pissed me off that Pappy blew up because my buddy John, because I used to live in Southern California. My buddy John owns this place called of all names, it's Bourbon Street Grill.
Oh, sure.
And it's sort of a New Orleans themed thing. They have like alligator bites, like real alligator. It's like themed like that. And he's the one that introduced me to Pappy, and I'm like, oh my God, this is fucking liquid gold. Like, how do I get it? And he gave me all the ins and outs. He's like, you got to go up to your supplier. End of September, they get their allocation in October. He told me how many each district got, like you get this many. And I was like, and I would literally call up like Pasadena Mission Liquors was my place. Cause at least California law, they don't ship 50, like they can't ship within 50-mile radius. And I happened to live 39 miles outside of this one Mission Liquors in Pasadena. And I knew the guy, I made friends with the guy, and I would always call end of September. Yo, man, you getting the Pappy? All right, give me 3 bottles, And I'd get them for like under $200 a bottle. But this is like 2010, 2011, before the rye was impossible, though. Good luck getting the rye. That's like a 5-year waiting list.
Right.
But I got the 15, the 20, and the 25, and I'll tell you the 20 was the best. Like that's the other thing I found out about whiskey, because I went through a whole thing with Crown Royal and a whole thing with any sort of Courvoisier, like whether it was Hennessy or high-end stuff. And I ended up buying like all the XOs, like all the top ones.
Right.
Then I bought the mid-grade, I bought the lower high grade, and then I bought the regular. And what I found was second place, at least for my palate, was always the one I liked the most.
Sure.
Which was good. It was easier on the wallet.
Right.
Yeah,
I just bought yesterday, or 2 days ago I bought it. Yesterday I opened it. I bought this at the same time. This is what I'm going to drink tonight in just a second. This Honor brand, which is a Viker distillery.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it. I think this is,
so it's got to be good.
Yeah, it's this is distilled in Tennessee, but it's bottled in Duluth, Minnesota, and this is apparently this is a lady is the brewmaster, Emily Viker, and she goes around and finds like similar to what you were talking about earlier. Finds like special whiskeys that interest her, and then they buy like a run of it. And
Hazel Pig makes a good whiskey. Yeah,
and this is hold on. The stream is having the stream had a hiccup, I think, because of YouTube. Thank you, YouTube's been doing this to me lately. We're back. So yeah, this is the Samurai Scientist 6th edition whiskey, and of the Boss Hog. Yeah, it's got a pig with a samurai. Oh, here, a samurai sword and a flask. And this is like $500.
Yeah.
And it's 60% alcohol.
Woo.
And
see, I would have put some of that in my barrel. I would have, just to slow it down a little bit.
It didn't burn in my throat at all, but it left my mouth on fire, just tingling all over the top of my tongue and the roof of my mouth were just tingling and lit up. It's really, really good, but it goes down like nothing.
Wow.
So I was a big fan.
Some of that. I'm gonna have to find some. Well, I'm a big fan of Weller. Weller's great. And then there was one that I was drinking and then it won awards, and then it doubled in price. And I was like, why the fuck? It was called McKenna.
Okay.
And it's sort of a tan label with green writing. But McKenna used to be like a $45 bottle, and then they won awards, and then it went up like $70. It didn't quite double, but it went up to 70 because everybody wanted it after it won the awards. You know, it was like top prize or whatever.
Yeah, and the weird thing is, it's like, okay, that run that won the awards is going to be that good.
Yeah.
The next run probably won't be the exact same. It's going to be comparable, but it may not be worth it. And that's the weird thing. And kind of what I like about whiskey is there's no two bottles that are ever exactly the same, unless you somehow happen to get the same bottle from the same barrel.
Yeah, and you could do that. You can do that. Certain companies will write the barrel numbers and things on them, and you know.
I'm gonna take a sip of this, but I need you.
Neat.
Yeah, I always do neat at first, and I usually stick with neat.
See, I like what ice cubes do to my whiskey. Like the aromatics kind of get released.
Yeah, I've only I liked it with Wild Turkey 101. I like ice in that, but usually I take it neat, including with trash like Military Special, the worst scotch on the planet.
What's that? Military? I've never even heard of it, man.
You can only buy it on base, and it's like $8 for a 175 of scotch. Fuck? It's so bad.
Are you sure it's not like car cleaner?
No, I'm not sure at all.
Oh my God.
I think they wash down a tank engine and then just catch whatever comes off the oil drum in that.
Headache juice.
It's real gross.
How is that?
Very smooth. It's really good. It's not a heavy bourbon flavor. It's not heavy on the corn at all.
Okay.
Which is good and bad. You know, I mean, I like the heavy bourbon flavor, but this is, I mean, it is surprisingly smooth.
I enjoy, like, when I guess everybody's subjective. I look for mellowness. I look for that sort of vanilla wood, you know? Yeah. The oak, but sort of vanilla sweet, and a little bit of bite.
Yeah, this one has a little bit of the sweet. It says on the back it's got vanilla and toffee flavors, with some fruit notes. I don't know anything about that. What I do know is if you're looking for the bourbon punch, it doesn't have it. It's got just a tinge of it, which is fine. But it's really smooth, really mellow flavor, and really clean. You know, there's no smokiness or acidity or acrid flavor to it at all. It's good, man. I'm digging it. Yeah, I could probably drink a lot of it, which might be a problem.
It's really easy.
Okay,
really easy.
So I gotta know what's up with the bunny outfit.
Oh man, that's right. I put it on so often now that I don't even consider it. It's bottom line. It's integrity, Nick. It's integrity. What happened was the day I launched, I was on a stream, and the host of the stream asked me, "Dan, how do you feel?" And I said, "I think I feel a lot like Ralphie in the Christmas Story on Christmas morning." Okay. Hoping for the Red Ryder BB gun. Like, I didn't know what was going to happen when I hit launch.
Sure.
And they said, "Oh man, you should have a pink bunny stretch goal." You know, because Ralphie had to wear the pink bunny suit in the movie, and I just carelessly said, "Yeah, if I hit six figures, I'll wear it." You know.
Oh no!
And then I was on a stream with Ethan and John Malin and Cecil, and they said, "How long are you going to wear it?" And I said, and this is before I got it. I said, "I don't know, like, you know, wear it on a stream." They said, "Oh, you can't just do it on a stream. You got, you know." John's like, "I had eyebrows on. I had to wear them for a week." And I said, well, and I get like Marty McFly. Like, if you call me a chicken, I'm like, "What?" I'm not. Oh yeah. You know, I was emboldened by the challenge, and I said, I'll wear that shit till I fulfill, like, trying to be big man. And then
you extended 30 days.
Right.
Terrible plan.
Fulfill. Fulfill means when people get their books.
Oh, right. Yeah. No, that's even longer.
That's going to be in late October, November-ish. So then I backed it up a little. I said, listen, if I hit 200, I get to take the bunny suit off, when we hit 150, we're going to bedazzle it. So it's got a little of that Elvis Presley vibe to it. But I've worn it so much now, and I have to wear it in every stream. The only stream, and I got permission. The only stream I didn't wear it in, and thank God I didn't, because this would have been very strange. I did a stream with NASA, the space folks, and they're promoting this new aircraft that they have launching in 2024 called the Artemis.
Sure.
And part of it is they had Mark Kistler, they had me, they had Jack Moore, who's a NASA artist, all drawing on this NASA stream. And I was like, yeah, I can't.
Hold on, NASA. Just a minute.
Yeah. Don't mind me.
Yeah.
So that was the only one. But yeah, everybody else's stream, I mean, it's called integrity. That's all it is.
That's a great answer. The story's good, but I think there's something magical about someone going, okay, man, what's up with the bunny suit? And you go, listen, it's called integrity. And then you just leave them there.
Oh, it's called integrity.
For the rest of their life. Just
that's
whoa.
it.
It's like,
I mean, you deal with jurors, right?
Yeah, well,
So
I actually try not to, but
well, yeah, when you go to trial. But I'll tell you an interesting fact. My grandfather, his name was Thomas Fraga. He died in 1971. I never got to meet him, but he was a judge in California, and even had a street named after him. He was that kind of judge, and very hated. Very hated. He was a tough ass.
Sure.
But law is been in my family, so I'm always very impressed. I love chess. I love freestyle rap, and I know that sounds weird, right? But,
yeah, those two things typically you don't associate together.
Well, but I'll tell you why they are absolutely one for one the same. When I play chess, I look at the chessboard and I go, option one, they can do this, this, or this. If they do this, this, or this, I do this. Option two, I do this, they can do this. Option three, and I run a bunch of options and all the different things they can do, and then I pick the best one. It's the same thing with freestyle rap. I hear a few words and I run a bunch of calculations in my head at bullet speed time, and I go down that path, and I basically lay down those words as I go, but I assess options as I'm going. Right. So they're very, very much the same, at least as far as my brain works.
No, I get that. Because, with I'm not a freestyle rapper, but I did a fair amount of poetry as a writing major back in undergrad, and poetry workshops and stuff. And it's, you almost get ideas that come in blocks. And so then it's moving from one block of idea into the next block of idea through the poem. And you have almost like chess, you have an idea of where you want to end up, and you have an idea of where you're starting. And then you start fitting in pieces and images together. And then it's about linking those stanzas, basically.
100%.
Yeah. So
100%.
that's one thing I want to talk to you about today, as we kind of move into this interview, is one thing I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around, and wrap kind of other people's heads around, is the idea of escapism in general. You're in the comic industry, which is obviously an escapism industry, but you've got video games, you've got role-playing games, you've got novels, storytelling. I mean, it's all storytelling.
100%.
And how we move through life on the day-to-day, we got to get recharged through escapism. And that, of course, ties in with creation. And you've been creating escapes for people forever. So
yeah, it's I mean, if I count the stuff I did in the town newspaper, we're going on 31 years. But like, if you want to go mainstream, my mainstream hire was December of '91.
And where was that?
Image Comics.
Okay, so that was Image. Was
yeah,
your
you
first...
brought up Youngblood, and my very first one was Youngblood 0.
Okay, can you hold on just a second? I got to grab something.
Sure.
I'm going to leave you to the stream. You're just at their mercy.
No, I'm at their mercy. You guys see his Mortal Kombat game right there? How cool is that? I have my baby Galaga right here. If I want to play, I just press the button, and this is my favorite sound right here. I have a cocktail version of this one in the other room, but this is where I play. I was going crazy. I'm going crazy with my my Galaga game.
You're playing Galaga?
I was saying you have that Mortal Kombat in the background. I've got a sit down cocktail arcade game in the other room, but
the ones with that's like in the table.
Yeah, it's the screens in the table. You have player one on one side, player one on the other. You see them in like pizza joints.
Yeah, I remember the first one of those I saw was in 1986. I was at a preschool or a daycare in Houston, Texas, and across the street from the daycare that I went to, one of Chuck Norris's friends opened a karate studio. That's awesome. And Chuck came out to help him with his grand opening. And so they brought us all over there. So I actually got to meet Chuck as like a little 6-year-old and took a picture with him and got his autograph and stuff. And then right next door to that was, I don't remember what kind of food it was because I was so little, but yeah, they had the little cocktail I think it was centipede or millipede or whatever that they had. Yeah. But you
can put your drink and your pizza on your game while you play. That was like the best part of those things.
Right.
So you were a little kid, so you didn't say to Chuck, how'd it feel to have Bruce Lee tear out your chest hair and blow it in your face?
No, I didn't. I did not. I was in awe because I watched my parents were real lenient on the whole like rated R movie thing.
Yeah.
So
that's good.
I agree. I watched a lot of Missing in Action. And,
those are great.
And Delta
Octagon,
Force movies.
Delta Force.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was great. You're trying to find it. The other one I did was called Blood Strike. And that was like one you had to rub the blood on. Yeah,
I don't think I had Blood Strike. But
so you turned 40 this year?
39.
Oh, okay. So I'm
an 81 baby.
You're a year younger than my wife. Okay. Yeah. All right.
I say as if I knew how old your wife was, but I'm getting to that point of being old, but I'm not quite there yet.
Hey, you look like you're in good shape. Let me just tell you, stay in good shape because getting back into good shape is very difficult.
Oh, dude.
And the older you get, the harder it gets.
I'm not in as good a shape as I should be or used to be. Yeah. A couple of years ago, I ran a marathon, which was awesome. Nice. But then the next year, I went out to start training, and I ended up finding out I was now allergic to heat.
What?
Yeah, it's actually specifically, I'm allergic to an increase in internal body temperature. So.
Oh no! So what the fuck, dude? That's pretty much anything. I had a chili pepper. Oh.
Literally, yes. Getting mad, getting like too riled up. I will break out. My arms start. I'll break out into hives and get really itchy.
Yeah.
So it's horrifying. But yeah, I'm actually not in great shape because it's a huge pain in the ass to go to the gym or to go for a run these days. And
no drugs they can give you for that.
I was on an injectable which it's like lasts for a month, but it's not perfect. Otherwise, you just take over-the-counter antihistamines, but you have to take a lot of them, and you have to take them every day, and I'm not good at that.
I wouldn't want to do that.
So,
those things fuck your liver up.
Yeah, if I'm
gonna fuck up my liver, it's gonna be bourbon, damn it.
Exactly, and you can't drink as much when you're on those things.
Right.
Where is this thing? Here I am. I'm gonna like pull out the comic and be like, oh, look at how cool this is. And
Youngblood Zero has the team. It's a double. It's like a front and back open. It's got like Shaft, Riptide. Trying to remember who else is on the cover. There were a couple versions of it. There was even a gold logo version of it. But that was the very first comic I ever was part of.
Here's number one.
That wasn't me, and that's a reprint. You have the reprint.
This is the reprint.
Yeah, the gold border is the reprint one. I don't even have a zero on my spinner rack. I wish I did.
Where is it? I was pretty sure I had a zero. I probably don't. That's going to be sad. I've got Cyberforce Zero.
Oh yeah, that's Walt Simonson on that cover.
I loved Image Comics, man. When they came out, I bought a lot of Spawn. I liked Cyberforce and Wildcats. Of course, I got the Wildcats here.
Oh, Jay Lee, gorgeous.
But I liked Cyberforce more. I don't know why.
Yeah, because Mark can draw his ass off, and he can draw a sexy girl.
Image had sexy girls like crazy.
We got that on lock, man. But yeah, I got hired in 91. I met this guy named Rob Liefeld. He's the guy who created Youngblood. He created Deadpool, X-Force. I met him when I was 16. When I was a kid in high school, I took an elective, which was AV, which is audio visual, and part of the class was this Wednesday after school. You had to go and help either run or host a live TV show. So you could be in the control room, you could be behind the camera, you could be the lighting person, or you can sit in front of the camera and talk to people. I chose to sit in front of the camera, and I did a show called Comic Review for You, where I would take basically books like these. This is a book called Comic Interview. I would take Comics Interview. I would kind of what a lot of people do on YouTube now. I would find articles I like and I would disseminate it, but I would do it live. I would say, there's a Batman movie coming out written by Sam Hamm. Will Robin be in that movie? This week, Wolverine number blah, blah, blah came out, drawn by so-and-so, written by Larry Hama. And I would do that. And then I decided to do a segment on portfolio reviews because I was an aspiring cartoonist and comic book artist at the time.
Right.
And I had taken my portfolio to San Francisco to this convention called the Pelican. And it had Rob Liefeld, Art Adams, Eric Larson, Derek Robertson. And this was like November of '89. And I wanted to get Art Adams to look at my stuff, but he was late. And I met Rob Liefeld, and Rob had just done What If Wolverine had become an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., so I liked his work. He'd done some annuals too, a Spider-Man annual, a New Mutants annual. So I showed him my work, and we filmed it for the show. And my buddy that was there with me, he was running camera. My buddy Mike bought this sketch from Rob, but on the back of this sketch, it had all of Rob's, I guess the word, I'm getting hip to these words. All of Rob's docs were on the back. It was his name, address, phone number, and fax number. And so what I did afterwards is I sat there and I went, should I, shouldn't I? Yeah. What do I have to lose? And I gave him a call and I said, hey, this is Dan Fraga. You gave me a great portfolio review. I want to say thank you. Is it okay if I continue to fax you my new work? And you can tell me if I'm doing better or worse. And we ended up becoming friends. And over the years, it was San Diego Con 91 when he told me about the first whispers of Image Comics. And at the beginning, it was just Rob, Eric Larson, and Todd McFarlane.
Right.
The creator of Dragon and the creator of Spawn. And he told me about it, and then I was also trying to get into Marvel, trying to get into DC. You remember when you're a kid, a year feels like forever, right? And I had been talking to Marvel and DC for almost 2 years, and they kept sending me samples to draw. Like, hey, if you draw this inventory story, oh, you're close, you're almost in. You're close, you're almost in. And I had gotten so tired of the almost game that I went down to my local naval recruiter and I signed up to be in the Navy.
Okay.
And it was a Wednesday that I was supposed to go down and do, they call it MEPS. That's where you go down and they give you a medical examination and you put your hand up and say, you know, I solemnly swear, or whatever you say, and you're in the military. On a Monday, 2 days before MEPS, I got a call from Rob saying, hey, you know, we're starting the studio up. We're getting this Image Comics thing fully rolling. If you're willing to move to Southern California, we have a space for you.
Ooh.
And I said, ring, ring. Hey, naval recruiter guy, do I have to be there? No, I will not be there. Click.
Yeah.
And my career went off, you know, and but when I got there, it wasn't 100% like, you know, fairy tale at all. I got there, and the book I was supposed to work on, they scrapped it. I was supposed to do this book called The Odd, which was like this Rob Liefeld version of Wizard of Oz, you know, sexy Dorothy, you know, Tin Man with an axe, like a badass axe, and, you know.
I mean, you say that Rob Liefeld had, like, he, you know, draws sexy women or whatever. I mean, you say that.
Well, he did the. I mean, he can and he does sometimes. Sometimes he doesn't.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's not like he has any sort of.
There it is. Ass titty. That's what that is.
I don't even remember what her name is.
Does it matter really at that point?
No, like, I don't think so.
Knock, knock, knock. You open the door. That's there.
There you go, guys.
That's there. And you're like, yeah, hello. But yeah, man, I got there. There wasn't anything to do. The book I was supposed to work on got scrapped. They wanted to keep me there. I ended up working in a comic book store to pay rent. I played basketball for food. I know that sounds crazy, but like that's what I did is to make money. I played 21 against people. If they won, I would draw them a picture. If I won, I'd get $10, and I had it down to a science. Like $5.83 at Taco Bell got me exactly the things I needed.
Yeah,
you know, and the remaining, you know, $4.17 I could take and buy ramen and peanut butter and kind of be okay.
And then you eat the next day.
Right. And that went on for, what was that? That was 92. That went on all the way until October of 92. And I was working on sample pages of my own characters and my own stuff. I had this thing called Delta Strike, and Rob was working on Youngblood Zero and needed some pages. And we basically reskinned my story to become Youngblood characters. And that's what ended up becoming Youngblood Zero. And then we were off to the races. But, you know, I did comics for about 10 years straight, 10, almost 12 years straight. I worked for Marvel. I worked for DC. I left comics for a while. I went to work in commercials and music videos. So I worked on, first commercial I ever worked on was an Allen Iverson Reebok commercial, where he's running through the streets of Philly and a la Rocky. Sure. And then from there, a lot of music videos, you know, Eminem, Destiny's Child, Taylor Swift, Justin Timberlake, a lot of music videos.
When you're working on these music videos and these commercials, what roles are you in? I know you ended up directing. Were you directing these, or were you?
No. It's sort of like by stage. There's almost like a journeyman process that you can go through. And this is what I found, because I always wanted to direct, there was a really, I mean, he's still awesome. He goes by the name Director X now, but back in the day, he was called Little X, and he did like DMX and Aaliyah and R. Kelly, like a lot of hip hop videos. And he was a student of Hype Williams. He did stuff for Hype Williams, and he started as a storyboard artist. And I read he was one of my favorites, still one of my favorites. I read an interview with him once where he said his dream in life was to become a comic book artist. He couldn't cut it as a comic artist, so he became a storyboard artist. And from storyboards, he became a director. And I thought in my head, well, shit, I'm already a comic book artist.
Yeah, you nailed it.
So if I'm a comic book artist and this guy who's a director now wanted to be me, but settled for boards and went from boards to directing, I think I can do that. So I went into storyboards, and what ends up happening is you end up, there's different roles. Like you can say storyboard artist, but there are different responsibilities depending on what stage you are the storyboard artist and depending on the kind of director you're working with. So the different stages, let's say advertising, for example. You can get hired by an advertising agent to do proof of concept boards for, let's say, Taco Bell. And let's say Taco Bell, the agency has 5 ideas, and they want Taco Bell to pick one.
Yeah.
You're the guy that draws those ideas so the agency can present them to Taco Bell, right? They go, oh, we got this cool idea where MC Hammer, comes back and says, it's taco time. Something like that. You draw that up. And
can't crunch this.
Yeah, can't crunch that.
For a soft shell taco.
I love it. Fuck, dude, we need to start our own agency. That's awesome. Yeah.
We just got to get MC Hammer on board, then we're straight.
Yeah, that's right. Can't crunch this. I love it. And then the next step is that a production company has to bid on getting that job. The agency says, hey, we've got this Taco Bell ad, and here are our agency boards. And they see those boards, and 5 production companies will bid on it. Well, part of their bid is to have their directors do pitch boards. Oh, this is how I would handle, I can't crunch this, and a director will hire a board artist to really show, like, this is what my vision is.
Right.
If the director gets that job, then there is something called shooting boards, which once they get the job, they have to communicate exactly what it is they want to shoot across the crew. So you have to communicate to your producer who's creating the budget. They'll look at the boards and go, oh, you want a crane? Oh, you want 5 dancers? Oh, you need this kind of costume? You need this kind of special effect? That tells every department, oh, he needs these costumes. He needs this lens. We need this location. That's what boards are used for. And when I say different directors have different ways, for example, the latest music video I worked on is out now. It was by Robert Rodriguez, the director of El Mariachi, and
one of the Grindhouse movies. I can't remember.
The Terror.
Right.
Yeah, my brain's not working. I just did
the one with the machine gun leg chick.
Yeah, exactly. I've never wanted to meet a machine gun chick leg person so badly in my life. But he and I just worked together on a Lady Gaga, Ariana Grande video. And he was very open for creativity. He'll say, listen, the song is it's called Rain on Me, and we have this raining thing, and we want to have Lady Gaga start off this way. And he'll kind of tell me the concept of the video and leave me alone to do it.
Sure.
And I'll close my eyes and I'll imagine what this thing looks like, and I'll put it on paper in a rough format and give it to him, and he'll give me notes. There are other directors that are very prescriptive that'll say, listen, okay, and they'll have the song and they'll go, okay, verse 1, we start with a medium shot, we push in. Like the director I work with, Chris Robinson, has the video in his head, and I'm basically his visual stenographer. We start with a close up. We pan over to a car. The car's in a wide. We push into a medium. Like, he'll literally tell me what he wants me to draw.
Right.
So so there's that style of directing. So to answer your question, now that I've been so long-winded,
no, it's good. It's fine.
I draw these things to communicate to different departments exactly what the thing is supposed to be. So I work on a TV show called Legacies for CW. I work on the HBO Max series Doom Patrol. New season debuts June 25th. See how I did that? That
was nice.
That one is on HBO Max. I sit with the directors. We talk about the script. We go over the shots. We go over the needs of the shots. When it's narrative stuff, because ads are different than music videos, than TV, than film. Film is much different than TV. TV moves much faster. TV, we're not boarding everything. We mostly board fights and effects. But we go over things, and the boards are there to facilitate communication. And that's what I do as a storyboard artist. Then as a director, it's completely different. When I worked as a live action director, I did mostly second unit. And what second unit is all the stuff that gets your hands dirty. The very first second unit directing job I ever did was for Fox Sports NASCAR. And it was for something called Capture the Flag.
Sure.
And it had like Matt Bush, it had Dale Earnhardt Jr., few other drivers, and they were in this post-apocalyptic junkyard trying to go after this flag at the top of this heap. And each of these guys had to go through a series of like badass things, like exploding cars and falling motorhomes, things like that. The main director's job was to get all of the footage with our principal actors, which in this case were the drivers.
Sure.
Anytime you'd see the driver, that director, that's where the agency spent the money. That's the one. But for shit blowing up, mobile homes falling down, explosions, stuntmen being blown back by, holding a shield of a car door getting blown back. They needed somebody to shoot that action that had an action background. So I would do that. I would work with a crew. Sometimes I'd be behind the camera, or I'd have my cameraman and I'd have my viewfinder, and I'd set up the shot and say action and have that happen. A little bit different in animation. Animation, you have to really lock it down, because what are in the boards has to be what's on screen. So that's a little different. And I ended up doing 2 seasons of the Ricky Gervais show for HBO. And then I went over to Mattel for 5.5 years and that was a crazy job. Nick,
what did you do with Mattel?
That was, you name it. Let's just put it that way. I did my main job, which was supervising director and supervising producer, was to be a liaison between the brand and the production company, and hold up the vision of the brand and the integrity of the mission throughout the whole process of production. And what that means is, I know that sounds like crazy corporate speak. Let's say it is. but when you're in a corporation for 5.5 years, you end up you're lucky I didn't use acronyms on you. When we do the sizzle for the GHOs, the handouts of the subs would go to, fuck all that shit. It was crazy.
Yeah.
But the job is we would meet with the brand. We would be shown preliminary ideas for a toy line. So let's say it's Monster High are ghosts. They're going to be ghosts, and here are these new toys that are translucent. What do you guys have? And we would sit in the meeting, and we'd go, okay, they're translucent. Okay, what is some of the features we want to sell this toy. What's the featured item? That one. Okay, cool. We'd take notes. We'd go back, and we'd brainstorm. Well, what if this person, this and that, and we'd come up with sort of a nutshell of like 3 different options of story for them. We'd go back and we'd pitch that to them. We'd say, okay, here's one where there's a haunted school. Here's one where their school is haunted. Here's one where they're teleported to a whole nother world where everybody's ghosts. That would go to focus testing. We'd sit in focus testing and watch them go through that process. They would make a selection on the best idea.
How terrible was focus testing?
fucking horrible, dude. I hated focus testing because it was so artificial. Like you could tell, like I could always tell when focus testing was tainted.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure you could probably see that shit in a courtroom, but like when you'd go, do you like idea A? And the focus tester question is, do you like idea B? And they're like doing this, and you're like, they're talking to a 9-year-old, and the 9-year-old's like, no, you know, because the focus tester is shaking their head. Like it was all bullshit. But we would end up locking down on a specific idea. We'd flesh that out. We would hire a writer. The writer would give us the script. We would then give the script to the brand. Once they approved it, we would, much like an ad agency, go out to different productions and have productions give us pitches. So the productions would say, this is our version of this haunted film. And then, whoever came with the best budget and the best creative, and it was always that way, budget creative, we would work with them. And then my job, this is why I say, like, I had to wear a lot of hats. I would work with their director and give them must-haves. I would work with their storyboard team and say, this is the heart of the matter. Once we would approve storyboards, we'd also be approving designs and checking them against the dolls to make sure that they were one for one, represented the doll in the best format possible. Then we would meet with, like, if it was done in CG, we would have to review models. We'd have to review textures. We'd have to review lighting. Then we'd have to review animatics, the geo, then do music with a composer, sound effects, see all this stuff put together, then watch a final mix with everything to full QC. And my job wasn't over there. Then we were in 29 languages. So then I would have to do foreign casting where I would go, here's the 8 Romanian ladies trying to be Claudine. And I'd have to listen to, like, how many people are in this movie? Oh, 15. I'd have to listen to 15 times 8 auditions in a language I didn't know, but I'm trying to find sound signatures and I have to judge them. Like, so that's what I'm saying. The job wasn't like, oh, I just did consulting. Like, for example, on Monster High Boo York musical, part of my job was to write songs.
So Monster High Boo York?
Boo York musical.
I sometimes hate kids' TV.
Dude, it's okay. It's okay to hate kids' TV.
But kids' TV has to be smart TV.
It does.
In a weird way, my understanding of storytelling in general, telling stories to kids has to be done in ways that are more careful and conscious a lot of times than telling stories to adults. Because as adults, we're willing to forgive and we're willing to suspend our disbelief a little bit longer. And we're willing to give a little more flexibility because we've got a broader life experience. And you've met a meth addict as an adult. And so you're like, maybe that guy's actions don't make sense, but maybe he's on something. And I've met a guy who you could never predict. But with kids, the majority of kids have at least a relatively stable cast of people. Ignoring kids who have traumatic upbringing, but even the traumatic upbringings are stable, right? Like the people who harm them are dependably harmful. They're not necessarily unpredictable, and kids are hip to that. So when you're I don't want to say storyboarding as if but when you're planning a story for a kid, and I get this with my just telling stories to my kids because I have 5 of them running around.
You have 5 kids?
Yeah.
Bro, how? Man, I have 4, and I thought I was crazy, man.
Oh yeah, you are. And but okay, my experience.
How old's your youngest?
She'll be 3 in September.
Man, so my youngest is 1. So and the oldest it'll be 16. So it's a big.
We're 12 down to 3.
Okay. So at least yours is kind of like,
look, I was changing a diaper yesterday, and I'm sitting there like, God damn it. I have been changing these fucking things for 12 years. 12 years straight. I've been changing diapers.
Shoot. It's your fault too.
It is.
That's great. But sorry, storytelling to kids.
But So like when I tell the stories to the kids, they ask me for a story at night. I know that like I have to kind of lay out these characters in simplistic and dependable ways. They can't be off the wall crazy because the kids they are not interested in that. They're interested in a character whose actions make sense stemming from whatever backstory or personality that you give them, even in a short amount of time. They're quick on that. And if
Even
you give them something,
even the bad guy.
Right. The bad guy should be bad. He should not be vague. He should not be morally ambiguous. Like, oh man,
no sympathetically bad, because the kid goes, "Why is he bad?"
I really understand Megatron's plight here. Shut up and have him blow up all the Energon just to spite the Autobots. That's all we care about. No, so it's to me, it's fascinating. And the kids storytelling, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it because I think school beat that out of me. The ability to be like a blunt storyteller, because I'm always like trying to work in an angle and it always gets convoluted and irritating. So when I tell my kids stories, I just tell kids fantastic stories about what happened during the day. I just, like everybody's a prince. And the guy at the grocery store who pissed me off is like an evil bandit or whatever. So that's because then it's very easy to, one-dimensional.
When I used to tell my kids bedtime stories, when I'd get lazy, like if I didn't want to make one up, I would take like the plot of The Matrix and like simplify it, like I would just simplify those plots.
Look, he ate a bad bowl of Fruit Loops. And he got a real bad stomach ache and was shivering on the ground. And when that happened, he went to this other place.
Dreamland. He went into dreamland, but in the dreamland, there was somebody trying to keep him from his dreams.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was only when he ate the red Fruit Loops, though. The blue Fruit Loops, those things are boring.
Yeah, exactly. But you had started with the idea of escapism, right?
Yeah.
And for me, escapism saved my life. And when I say saved my life, I have a wonderful father. I have no complaints about my father, though my parents divorced when I was 2, and I can totally tell why. My mom, very free spirited, much like you said, you could watch rated R movies. My mom's house, like there were Playboy magazines on the coffee table. Like it was that like laid back.
Sure.
My dad's house was very much, we went to church all the time. It was a chicken farm. I lived with my dad till I was 12. We did, and I tell my kids this, and it sounds like I went uphill in snow 5 miles each way. But I tell them, I'm like, kids, I grew up on a chicken farm. I did more chores before I went to school than you guys have ever done your whole life. But that was the truth. That was the truth. And on afternoons, I'd come home and I'd have chores. And on Saturday mornings, I'd have chores. So I was in my head a lot of the time. And my imagination would turn things into stories. And when I got this transistor radio that picked up TV signals, I would listen to Saturday morning cartoons and be running this in my head to escape. Like, sure, I'm pulling weeds, but I'm not pulling weeds. I'm listening to Turbo Teen or Thundar the Barbarian. I'm not even thinking about doing the weeds. I'm thinking about Thundar, but I'm listening to Thundar. I know what Thundar looks like, but I'm crafting it in my mind.
Sure.
I'm like, at the time, I'm like, fuck you, Dad. All my friends are watching cartoons. I didn't say that, of course. I would have got the belt. But in my head, I'm thinking, fuck you, Dad. And now, as someone that gets paid to imagine things and put it on paper, I'm like, thank you so much, Dad. Like if it wasn't for that. But escapism is a wonderful thing, especially in today's, like on June 3rd, 2020, escapism is key. There is so much happening.
And you can't get away from it. Like in a weird way, our access to mass media, which is so easy now. Like you go on Facebook or Twitter and you can't stop even your friends and family. It's like, no, I don't. Like for 2 seconds, can you guys shut the hell up about a riot? Like just please. we're
Oh,
not even in
man.
that city. I just want to.
Yeah.
I just want to go on Facebook and see how you're doing, or I want to,
Yeah.
like get a joke or a meme.
I
And you
was
can't.
talking to Ethan about this today because he said, "Hey, Dan, you sound a little down."
Yeah.
And I said, dude, I don't know. I don't know if it's because I haven't left the house more than 5 times in the last 4 months
Yeah.
or 3 months. I said, but like, I said, it's really getting to me. I said, my mother-in-law has the TV on and she likes to watch the news. And I'm like, it's just fucking bam, bam, blah, 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 boom, boom on the news. And I'm like, okay, if I go to Facebook, usually when I would go to Facebook, it would be like, yo, check out this cool comic thing or whatever. Now my feed is filled with riot this, I hate this, these lives matter, these lives don't matter, whatever. I go to Twitter. It's nothing but fucking craziness on Twitter. And I'm just like, fuck, I can't fucking escape this shit.
Yeah.
But I can go, I can turn on my my yacht rock radio on Sirius XM. Yacht rock radio. And then slap some sketches, I just go and doodle a bunch of shit on paper, and I'm lost. I get into this and I feel charged. I feel charged again.
Your sketches look different than mine.
Nah, yours look like he did it. He took the pegging. It was on the
video. Okay, so that's actually a good transition. I want to get more. This is still in the ballpark of escapism, but I want to talk about coming back to comics. I want to talk about Black Flag, but I got a couple chats that I've been waiting on for a long time. Yeah. So I want to read some of those, and then we'll get into that. For sure. Fujimura Pantsu says, yo, won't be on tonight, but I'll catch the video on demand. Could you comment on this? Akron's mayor just declared racism to be a public health crisis and wants to divert COVID funds and our tax dollars to fight it. How nuts is that?
That's a little crazy. I mean, racism sucks, but you don't take people's money for a physical thing over a concept.
No, listen, if you just pay enough, the racism will end. That's all it takes. It's just add a zero to the check.
I know you're being facetious, but holy shit.
Well, that's where we are now, right? We're at the we're in a time where they're really, if you think about it, and you know this from your work experience, if you can add a zero to the budget, you can fix the problem.
Oh, we call it the money hose.
Right.
Wash it down with the money hose.
Like you said, okay, I need a crane. I need 5 dancers. Like, these dancers aren't very good. Look, add a zero and you can get 5 better dancers.
Right.
Who cares if you have to fly them in from wherever and put them up in a hotel? Add another zero. You just do those things. And as long as we add those zeros, we can solve so many of our problems. And that's because we're in a post-manufacturing consumer society. And it's and you can do this in your personal life. Like, look, my TV isn't clear enough. Well, just go to Target and look up one level.
You can do that with your social standing, and you can say, let's hire a PR person, let's hire a search engine optimizer, and go to town. You can be the #1 search result, and you can have a gleaming personality with enough zeros.
Right, and with enough zeros, you can get rid of bad stuff pretty effectively. I mean, not
100%.
forever, but you can confine it to corners of the internet that people forget about.
That's correct.
So that's how I think we've built a society where literally it is. Look, if I just add a little more to the checkbook, then I can go ahead and fix this problem. But that's not how people work. That's how stuff works.
Right.
And so, yeah, you can't, I don't think you can fix racism generally. I think it mellows as generations kind of change, but then events set it in different ways. And I hate to say it, but I think these riots and stuff are going to change the trajectory of racism in the country for a little while, at least.
I hope it does.
Well, I was thinking negatively.
I'm hoping. I think racism's ridiculous, to be honest with you.
I do too.
That's like my opinion. Like, people are people, you know, that fucking Depeche Mode song.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But no, it's just insane. And I was talking to a buddy, like I feel like some of this shit is like completely orchestrated, you know, like just the whole situation seems orchestrated, especially like with election year coming up and like voting was happening and like.
Oh, that's my problem. That's my problem with COVID in general. It's like, okay, I can't trust any of you idiots, which are telling me about COVID, because I don't know if what you're telling me is motivated by your desire at the election booth in November.
Right.
Like if you don't want Trump elected, then you want COVID to become a massive economic crisis, because that's the most likely way, you know, you hurt people's jobs and wallets, and that's the most likely way to not get Trump elected. If you do want Trump elected, you might be tempted to downplay the story, or you might be tempted to favor the economy over lives. And I don't know, like you can, all of our discerning about this is going to be filtered through bias. So it's like, I can't trust anybody on these issues. And so all I can see is you shut me in my house for months, and now I hate all of you.
Right. And it appears a lot of that stuff, like the numbers appear like a sphere, right? Like I use a sphere like a marble, but it's actually a jawbreaker, right? You go, wait a second, those numbers are based on whether or not you knew if it was COVID, and beforehand you didn't, and this is based on symptoms, and this is based on pre-existing conditions, and there are all these other factors that contribute, but they represent them as a whole raw number or a unit, when it's not one thing. It's actually more complex than that.
Right.
There's that. There's all kinds of misinformation and bullshit. I mean, we could talk about this for days. You know?
Oh, absolutely. And I don't want to talk about it for days, because I want to talk about escapism.
So do I.
Okay, BTL Video Productions says, I just joined and I see a man in a bunny suit.
Sorry, BTL. Integrity.
I'm only slightly surprised. So what is this?
Integrity.
It's integrity, buddy.
It's integrity.
The pre-kink stream before Drex joins tomorrow. Or are you introducing him to the world of furries? No, and no.
No furries. No.
We're gonna have
Drex though. Drex, man, with his Cuckmaster shirt.
That's available on my store if you need one. By the way,
I do need one.
I'll send you one if you want. I'll
wear it on my stream and I'll tell people where to get it.
I'll send you a Cuckmaster shirt. It was because I almost fought with the Duck Dynasty guys.
Whoa.
I decided not to spend the money to do it, but my artist created a shirt called and it was Fear the Beard, because a lawyer in a case I talk about a lot is a guy named Ty Beard. And so we created this Fear the Beard shirt, and the Duck Dynasty people actually took it down on Teespring with the DMCA. And then they sent me a cease and desist as trademark infringement. And I'm like, no one buying this shirt thinks that it's Duck Dynasty. And so the Cuck Commander is a play on the Duck Commander. And I was really considering doing a Cuck Dynasty whole lineup just to spite them, even if I didn't sell a single shirt. But I was going to do it.
Man, that's how you do that.
It was really lame, actually, to see I don't think the Duck Dynasty people themselves had any idea this is going on. It was entirely through their counsel in Oklahoma. And and she was a real bitch. Because I reached out and I was like, this is ridiculous. Why don't you just sell me like a limited license? You protect your trademark. I respect that. But we're selling like maybe 20 shirts here. Like this is just a joke about a lawyer that has nothing to do with this, and it doesn't even look like your merchandise. And she never responded. And then another lawyer who I had a contact with in Oklahoma actually reached out to her because he knew who she was. Reached out to her and asked about it. And she's like, well, he was rude to my assistant. I was like, the fuck? I wasn't rude to anybody. I was actually nice. I should have been a dick. In hindsight, I should have been more rude. since they were going to blow me off anyway. But then I was thinking about fighting it, but it's like, do I really want to spend thousands of dollars fighting this? Not really. It just, no. Legal stuff.
And if anybody would know, it's you.
Yeah. And
you can make a judicious decision better than anybody could, whether or not you should fight it or not.
Well, yeah. And I have a lawyer friend who practices specifically in that area and could have done it on the cheap, and on the cheap was still thousands of dollars. And it's like, is
that IP law? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
IP law?
Yeah. Trademarks, copyright, and patents. And that's a whole mess in and of itself. But anyway, Nix Hex says, in 2006, when you read the alphabet of manliness, did you think, I wonder if I'll have more subscribers on a video game streaming service than this author? And he's going to do an annoying orange parody, but with a banana. No. And back when I got it, I had no idea that Maddox would, that I would surpass him on Twitch, but I have. Suck it, Maddox. BTL Video Production says, and here's the little spiel, sorry. Contact your local statesman to stop police brutality, not your president. We need leaders, so we don't need military. Protests and riots won't bring change. Your votes, state-wise, will. I agree. And the president has nothing to do with state law enforcement. He just doesn't. And then one more here two more. One from Felipe Mube says, Nick, I thought I was living in a fairy tale, but then I saw your haircut. Thank you for making me aware I live in a horrific nightmare. Thank you. Rude. Hey, Dan, I think your mic is picking up your headphones somehow.
My mic is picking up my headphones. My headphones is my mic.
Oh, okay. So they're picking me up on an echo. I don't know if you have.
I shouldn't have an echo. I do many streams, and this is the setup.
Yeah, it's weird.
Maybe it's a Google thing.
Maybe.
That's weird.
I wonder if I can. Hold on 1 second here.
See if you mute me and see if there's a. Can I mute myself? Turn off microphone.
You muted yourself. That was just fine. I'm wondering if I can do. Oh.
And I'm unmuting myself.
Okay, we'll see how that works out.
Yeah.
I don't hear it right now, so that's good. I hear the Rubik's Cube.
Yeah.
Okay, let me bring you. I had you off screen for just a second there.
I'm gonna solve this Rubik's Cube as you go through your super chats.
Do you solve Rubik's Cubes?
I do. I'm not fast though. My nephew can do it in like 9 seconds. It takes me like 80 seconds.
Kids are ridiculous with how they do that. They're like, oh, I watched some YouTube videos. I don't get it.
I know. They have those kid brains. I hate them.
John W says, for Dan, I'm an indie web animator, got 2 degrees in filmmaking. Autism and anxiety put an end to those dreams. I actually have a condition called hyperphantasia, and made this tune using the music as a storyboard. So I've got it here, but I'll have to send it to you.
Yeah, I'd like to take a look. My I understand autism. I have family members, so I get it.
Sure. I'll so I don't forget. I'm going to send it to you on Twitter.
Tweet it over. So
it is sent, and then Basement Troll Production says, former Rooster Teeth employee Micah Burton / Father LeVar called out Rooster Teeth for virtue signaling over Floyd. Confirms racism at Rooster Teeth, but no exact details given. Co-founder Matt Hullum gives weak "we're sorry." In other Rooster Teeth news, Miles Luna made a claim of NYPD covering badge numbers in riots, said their excuse was mourning of officers killed by COVID-19. Tweet he quoted is from April. How embarrassing. I hate the virtue signal. I really do. And Nova Zero says, look, fixing racism is easy. We just need to get rid of this and that race. Also put price on last name X and legalize integrity. Also kick China just in case. So there you go. Okay, so getting back to the subject of escapism, you are solving that. You make me sick. That was disgusting.
And I'm drunk, and I smoked some reefer. So what are we gonna do?
We're gonna talk now about Black Flag.
Yes, let's do it.
So Black Flag is your comic. By the way, the Indiegogo link to Black Flag is in the description of this video. If you have not backed it, consider backing it. I backed it at the level that you can't anymore, and Dan is going to murder me in the comic.
No murder. No murder. You're going to die.
I'm going to die against my own will. So I guess
a bad force will take you out of this world.
Hopefully it's not a cop.
It's not. It comes from hell, though. Okay.
So I'm going to die in the comic. So if you want to see me die in this comic, you can actually back it at the link. You're at $145,438 right now on it, which is a fantastic success, of course.
It's done great. It's done almost 3 times what I had anticipated it doing.
Right. And so I would love to see this thing hit 150, 200,000. I want independent comics to succeed. My question for you is, what brought you, what did you wake up in the morning and go, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this independent comic through Indiegogo. Like, how does that happen for you?
Well, that's a fantastic question. I was a comic book artist for a very long time. I left comics. I was working storyboards, directing, corporate job. And all the while, I had this nagging, almost like a splinter in your mind. These characters kept telling me, create themselves. What do you see? Do you see something crazy?
Just my audio. Now, like, for some reason, I'm echoing you, which is impossible.
Oh, we are living in a crazy dimension right now.
Yeah. No, I think I think we're good. Sorry, go on. I don't mean to.
No. It's all good. I created Black Flag back in 1994, and I did this series. If they check out the link, I'm going to tell you guys, check out the link in the description. If you scroll all the way down to the campaign, there is a free download for the original series, issues 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. You can read the book, what it's about. I went away from comics for 17 years, and all the while, I had these characters saying, dude, finish the story. Like, do this. And you get these sort of, like I said, it's like an itch or I don't know, an anxious feeling to create. And there was this book I read called The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. And Stephen Pressfield says you need to handle these things or they're going to drive you crazy. Some of the biggest things that people say on their deathbed is they have regrets for the things they didn't do. And one of the things that I've wanted to do for years and years and years is do this Black Flag story. So while I was working at Mattel, I created a comic book called The Grave, which I drew a panel a day, one panel a day over a year so I could draw this graphic novel. And I said to myself, if I ever had an extended amount of time, like 4 months or so,
right,
I want to continue my story Black Flag. And it wasn't until I saw my friend Ethan bring back his comic book Cyberfrog through Indiegogo that I saw, hey, you know what? People are out there and they want comics. And not only do they want comics without any sort of editorial bullshit, without any sort of agenda. People that want escapism, that they want fun. And it turned out to be this movement that Ethan was part of called Comicsgate.
Right.
And I watched it from the sidelines. I heard, Comicsgate is crazy. It's dangerous, all these things. I continued to do my corporate job. and then I moved out here to Atlanta to work again on more storyboards and things. And I decided I'm going to finish writing this story, and I'm going to put it out on Indiegogo, and I'm just going to do it. Then some crazy stuff happened with, again, bringing up Ethan. He's our mutual friend. I've known Ethan since 1995.
Right.
I even did a cover for his comic in 1996 for Cyberfrog #2. I defended his comic book on Twitter. Somebody was attacking the comic, and then and it was very, very what I thought was going to be a mild interaction.
Welcome to Twitter.
Right. I'm learning. Every day I learn about Twitter. I learn new things today. And someone had said, schemes and scams, basically. Schemes and scams. And I said, what are you talking about? This book was great. And they said, he's, ripping off people, charging $25 for a book, blah, blah, blah. And I said, man, people are paying for what the story, like if you said to a movie company, how dare you charge me this much? Your movie's digital on a digital projector. That's stupid. Like it costs money and time to make this thing. So I said to this person, like, I found this to be quality. I found the story to be good. I hit him with logic and reason. This person proceeded to call me the word of the day, cuck. That was the first thing they called me. They called me a cuck. I had to look it up. I didn't know what a cuck was at first.
Like,
you
back Cyberfrog. You like watching your wife get violated by another man.
Right. I thought he was calling me a cock at first because I thought maybe, like, I looked at the keyboard, like, is the O near the U? Kinda. There's an I in between it. Like maybe he,
a really fat finger, but you can
fat. Oh, fuck you, you cuck. With the rabbit hands on. Bam, bam, bam. But he called me that a couple times. And I'm like, yo, dude, you need to fucking slow down. Like, why are you calling me names? I'm just telling you. He's like, how do you feel you're qualified? I'm like, well, actually, I worked in the comic book business for, 20-something years. And, like, I worked at a comic book store. I worked in printing. This is a good book. And I finally realized, like, oh, shit, Comicsgate has legitimate points. Like, these are, like, insane people that are coming out against people that are just wanting to make good comics. And I realized, like, I wanted to be a force against this. So I joined up with Comicsgate. Like, I'd already intended to put my comic out through Indiegogo. I like Indiegogo, and specifically Indiegogo because I like Indiegogo's mechanics. I like the way they work. I'm not really a fan of the way Kickstarter works. I like the way Indiegogo works with the in-demand and just the mechanics of Indiegogo. But I was all in, and once I said I was Comicsgate, man, I had to. What is that? That ginger ale?
Yeah, it's Canada Dry Bold ginger ale. What is
Bold, man? I knew it was ginger ale, but I didn't know what that can is. New to me. Bold?
Yeah, it's got more ginger, I guess.
Okay,
I like it.
Like Verner's. Verner's is super. Like, you want gingery, go with Verner's. Dude.
Yeah, I've had gingerier than this. Yeah, like a ginger beer is stronger than this. Like there's like a little tavern around here that does in-house ginger beer and stuff, and it's stronger. I frankly, like, when I tried it, I was like, this tastes like regular Canada Dry to me. And then my wife tried it, and she's like, no, it's way stronger. I'm like, whatever.
Trust the lady, man. You gotta trust the lady.
It's just more ginger.
They see more colors and taste more flavors.
My mouth is burned out by liquor anyway.
Yes.
But yeah, it's Canada Dry Bold ginger ale. Bold. You can't crunch this.
You can't. Don't even try. Bold. Fortune favors the bold, and then you hold it.
Right. Yeah.
But as I said, I was Comicsgate. Some people I've known for more than 3 decades disowned me.
Yeah, that's the crazy. It's a word, right?
It's just nuts. And then I had somebody say to me, because I also conduct interviews on my YouTube show, and if anybody's interested, it's just Couch Doodles, like the couch you sit on, and Doodles, DOO.
It's also in the description is a link to your channel. So
thank you, dude.
Oh, of course, of course.
I conduct interviews. I interviewed several people: Mike Mignola, the creator of Hellboy, a bunch of other guys, and one of the guys I had interviewed had said to me, "I don't want you to air my interview."
Oh,
I said, "But why, man? Your interview is awesome. My interview is about creativity and the promotion of creativity and encouraging people to create their own stuff. I'm a big fan of that because I feel it's very cathartic. There's a lot of things you can do through creativity." And I said, "Come on, man, like, what's going on?" He said, "I don't even want to be," and I knew what the word meant because I know what tangent means, but he said, "I don't even want to be tangentially related to Comicsgate. You're going to not put my interview up. And I suggest that you call everyone that you've, I suggest that you call everyone that you've, have interacted with and let them know you're Comicsgate so they can decide what to do with you." Like I had an STD or some shit, and I'm like,
yeah, you got to do the herpes call chain.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, did we fuck? Yeah, we fucked. You got herpes, girl.
I caught Comicsgate.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It wasn't when I was with you.
But you might have it.
It might have happened before. I don't remember. I don't know exactly, but I just need to let you know that I know.
That's what it felt like, and I was really upset about it. Like I had thought about it for a couple of days, and it almost felt like Rocky and Rocky IV as he's driving. There ain't no easy way out, like just fucking driving with like the montage. And I'm like, because I had to go to Best Buy of all places. I had to go to Best Buy, and as I'm driving, I'm like, it's echoing through my head. Call everyone. Like, fuck you. Like I was like, fuck you, man. Like. Right. Seriously, fuck you. Like I was pissed. So I decided to make a video. Like, I am Comicsgate. Fuck you guys. I'm Comicsgate. I'm not dealing with this bullshit. Go if you want to come and get me, come and get me. I don't care. And that was it. And then after that there was fallout. There was, a bunch of people. They don't understand. That's the thing. Like, I'm sure you pay attention, but there's like a culture war happening.
Yeah.
I refuse to call anybody an SJW because justice, the J in SJW, justice, we all want justice, don't we? Right?
Yeah.
Justice is worth fighting for.
That's the conundrum of the term is like, we want justice.
Right.
I want justice amongst socioeconomic issues. I want justice there too, but social justice has like it has an older meaning, I think, and it's
super subjective.
Yeah, I think like the use of the term social justice is alleged to stem from some old writings of some communists or whatever, and then I think listen. This is what I've heard, but I don't know. Yeah. But now it's become social justice is a brand, right? Yeah. And so when you see someone say whatever its origins are, it doesn't really matter now because when I see someone say I'm fighting for social justice, I know that they mean a specific idea. And that idea is the brand now. Whatever, like I want justice socially. But I don't want whatever brand is social justice because I think that's lensed through too many things and it has it has other baggage with it. Like, can we just have regular justice is fine for me. Where things are just, where people are perceived equally and given an equal shot.
Good. Justice is good. This is why I don't call them that. I hear plenty of people call them SJWs. I made up my own term. I call them wokies.
Wokies is good.
Yeah, wokies because they think
instead of going,
woke.
Well, and instead of going, they go,
Yeah. They go, re. I had my first wokey experience about 4 years ago. I was working at Mattel. I posted a picture of my daughter eating cheesecake. She loves cheesecake. She was eating a piece of cheesecake at Cheesecake Factory. She was super excited.
Oh, did you get her only a white cheesecake? Is that the problem? Like not enough fudge on it or something?
No. This person who was on my Facebook friends list, I draw comics, so my Facebook friends list, there's probably a good 30% of people I know, and the other 70 are just people that I approve, right?
Right.
So this person says, "How dare you shame your daughter like this?" And I said, "What? What do you mean? This is a happy day. You're fat shaming your child." I said, "What? I'm not fat. She loved that cheesecake. What are you talking about? This was a good day." Yeah. My assistant showed this to me. Clearly, you're trying to show how grotesque and monstrous your daughter is.
Oh my God.
I'm saying this verbatim. I'm not I'm not embellishing this at all. You're showing how monstrous so I say to her, I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?
Can I have your address so I can bring a shotgun and we can work this out?"
So I screenshot it, what she says, and I post this, and I said, "Guys, am I fat shaming my daughter? Like, let me know, because like, if I am, I don't want to, but like, what is this?" People wrote to this person, "Leave Dan alone.
Yeah.
Obviously he's having a good time with his child. What are you doing?" She complains to Facebook.
Oh, you harassed.
I harassed her. She went through all of my abouts, reached out to Disney, because I work for Disney, reached out to Mattel, reached out to everybody I ever worked for. And I was working at Mattel at the time. I had Mattel Legal call me up. Like, "Oh shit, extension, blah, blah, blah. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? Do you know a person X?" "Yeah, but not, no, why?" "They reached out and said you were harassing," and I'm like, I'm harassed. They, what? "No, listen, we know. They said they told me she sounded crazy."
She is. She is.
She sounded crazy. I'm like, "Look, I posted a picture of my kid eating cheesecake. She said I was fat shaming my kid. I took a picture of it asking if I was fat shaming my kid. And people said no and reached out to her and told her I wasn't fat shaming my kid. So how the fuck am I, like, what did I do wrong here?" And that was the very first time I dealt with a Wokey. Very first time. And and in my head, I'm like, I don't ever want to deal with an individual like this ever again. This is like, in my head, I don't ever want to deal with an individual like this ever again.
Right.
And then with that Ethan thing about like, "Yeah, no, I like this comic, blah, blah, blah." "Yeah, fuck you, you cuck." All this, I was like, it felt like, you ever watch Kill Bill?
Yeah. Love it.
You know that when the thing goes off, it's called Ironside. It's a Quincy Jones. Blah, 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 blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Whenever I encounter a Wokey, that shit fucking goes off in my head. I'm like, "Oh, fuck you," like I get nuts. Yeah, exactly. So I was like, I am Comicsgate, and this is why. And that was it. It was like, I've dealt with him. I dealt with him before. I quietly dealt with him. It was shut down. I told this person, like, peace out. I blocked them. I never have to deal with them again. And the next thing I know, they're all over Twitter again. And I'm learning about Twitter. Like I said, every day I learn about Twitter.
It's a
crazy.
nightmare. I got
it's crazy.
I got my Twitter account got temporarily locked out because I replied fug, F-U-G, to someone. They made a joke and it was like making fun of me. It was a friendly joke, like a friendly jab or whatever. And so I said like, oh, like fug, like, oh, basically like, oh, fuck, you got me, right? And and they're like, this violates our terms and conditions against hateful and abusive speech. I'm like, what? This is a friendly encounter. But
what does fug mean? What does fug mean?
It literally means I
fucking
think
ugly, right?
I think they thought it was F-A-G. Like that Twitter thought maybe I meant F-A-G and it was some sort of pseudonym for that. But,
ridiculous.
But fug is actually, it's from a meme from like a Swedish guy who just like, oh, fug or whatever. And it's supposed to be like, oh, fuck. And so I posted that, but someone went through the hassle of going back and reporting everything I've ever tweeted, right? This is what people do. They'll go
mongers of hate, dude.
They will report everything you've ever said in the hopes that something you said violates it. And they'll come up, they have to type in like a reason that they're reporting the thing and how it somehow oppresses them. And so they'll do this all day long. I actually had a Twitter account with about 30,000 followers that got banned completely.
Holy shit.
Completely gone from Twitter forever.
Wow.
And I had to start over. And like that account, I'd had for something like 6 years, never used it. But someone went back like 3 years before I was ever on YouTube or anything. It was reporting stuff. And it's like, this is nothing to do with any of this. And it wasn't even offensive. But it like just ticked up the marks on Twitter against the account because suddenly I had all these bans. And I ended up getting banned for calling someone a mutant. Well, and to be fair, the guy is, as far as I can tell. I've never seen him. I don't know if he's physically a mutant.
Sixth toe.
He's just a jackass. He's like an amateur romance novel writer or something. He's really just and he said he wanted to come on my show, and I offered to come on. I'm like, okay, yeah, you can come on, because he wanted to argue with me about something. I'm like, okay, whatever. Sure, you can come on. He's like, well, you got to pay me. I'm like, I'm not gonna pay you. This is my show.
Hey, do you want to argue about something?
I want to argue about whatever.
Yeah, let's argue. What's your favorite ice cream?
I have two, and they're very specific.
Yeah, let's go.
I like cookie dough ice cream, but I like a specific kind. It is Kemp's, which you can only really get in the Midwest, I think. Okay. And they teamed up with Pillsbury, and they put Pillsbury cookie dough in the Kemp's in the Kemp's ice cream, which is very good.
Oh, you're a lawyer. You're winning already. Fuck.
And then I like mint chocolate chip.
Okay.
But the best store-bought ice cream I've ever had would be my favorite, but you can't buy it anymore. Breyers did a golden Oreo cookies and cream.
You win, dude. I was gonna be like Rocky Road and Daiquiri Ice, but like you win.
Nah, ice cream.
I wanted to argue with you, but you win.
I used to eat ice cream every day, and it was a massive bowl. I called it dessert cereal. So I'd put in about a sixth of a gallon of ice cream in a bowl. So I get a mixing bowl, and I throw in pecans.
Very, very specific.
Yeah. Well, I'd get because you get the half gallon, right? Yeah, and I'd take about a third of it. So it's about a sixth. And so then I'd put in like 2 handfuls of pecans. I'd break up a Hershey bar, and then I'd like chop up a couple Reese's peanut butter cups in there, and then I'd fill it with milk. I love putting milk in ice cream, and if you haven't done that, it's delicious. And so I have this big flippin' bowl of ice cream. But now when I do that, I might have mild lactose intolerance. So now I get kind of gassy, so I don't do it as much.
Can I teach you a little trick?
Yes.
Okay. I have this thing. It's a smaller version of yours, and I can't believe I'm saying it's a smaller version. The thing I'm about to tell you, I've had all my friends go, we can do this once a year. Like, that's what they say. I have this thing called a Nito burrito. Okay. So you get a flour tortilla, warm it in the microwave for 15 seconds.
Okay.
Get peanut butter. If you're not a peanut butter guy, get cookie butter.
I'm a peanut butter guy. It's okay. Yeah.
Crunchy or creamy?
I like crunchy.
My man. So you put I call it a runway of crunchy peanut butter.
Okay.
You take 2 scoops of your favorite. Go with the cookie dough. Okay. Go with the cookie dough. If I'm checking you out, 2 scoops of cookie dough on top of that runway. You're on your flour, your warm flour tortilla, runway of crunchy peanut butter.
And peanut butter keeps the ice cream from melting too fast.
Yeah. 2 scoops.
Like this.
Magic shell.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I used to eat so much magic shell, dude.
Yeah. Fold it up like a burrito. Eat it like a burrito. You get the chewiness of the flour tortilla. You get the creaminess, the crunch of the nut of the peanut butter. You get the awesomeness of the ice cream, and then you get all that magic shell stuff happening. It is texture paradise.
Yeah.
I call it the Needle Burrito. I know you're going to make one. I see it in your face.
I'm going to make one on stream. I do
it's called Needle Burrito.
For my Patreons, I do a cooking stream. I'm supposed to do it once a month, but I've been a little behind because my kitchen's been a disaster during COVID. But I'm going to make your Needle Burrito on a stream. I'll send. They're typically private, but I'll send you an invite if you want to come hang out in the chat and comment on it. That sounds ridiculous.
I just want to see what happens. This is my favorite part because I've made it. The origin of the Needle Burrito is I was in my house. I was stoned out of my mind.
No, not you. Couldn't convince me that was true.
I was stoned out of my mind, and I'm like, I'm so hungry right now. I don't want to go anywhere. And I went through the cabinets. I'm like, peanut butter, tortillas. I was like literally just grabbing and serving. And I remember I took the first bite and I was like, this is heaven. So I ended up showing it to people. It's like, guys, look, it's like the guy who discovered fire. Ooga chaga, I'm like talking in grunts, showing them. You make Needle Burrito. You do. And my favorite thing to do now when someone has their first bite of the Needle Burrito is to watch their eyes because I can see their pupils go, it's like okay. This is the way.
I can, since you have shared your creation with me, I will share a creation with you.
I'm going to grab a pencil. You know that, right?
This is a simple one. This is a simple one.
Yeah.
I know you like peanut butter and chocolate, so I know you like Reese's.
I do.
And you're a human, so I know you like Ritz crackers.
I love Ritz crackers.
Have you ever noticed that
I am not human.
The ridges on a Ritz cracker line up with the ridges on a Reese's peanut butter cup?
No, I have not noticed that.
In fact, if you get the normal size, because some of them are like these little shrimpy ones, you got to get the normal ones in the packs. You know where you got to peel the flaps open, not where it's like sealed on both sides and you have to tear it. Those are wrong. The ones that you got to peel them open. You can fit a Ritz cracker inside the ridges of the Reese's peanut butter cup. So you take no, trust me. Trust me.
This is math.
You put a Reese's peanut butter cup or the Ritz cracker inside the ridges of the Reese's. Then you put another one on the bottom for posterity. And
another
Ritz cracker. So you got a sandwich, right?
Sandwich. Yeah.
You take one bite of it, which is delicious. Don't get me wrong, but that's not the end of your story. You got to take one bite of it because you got to expose the peanut butter core. And then you dip it in milk and let the milk get into the cracker and the peanut butter. And then you take your second bite. And it is a thing of beauty.
Okay, now that I'm a very you're gonna learn I'm a very specific person.
Yeah.
Whole milk, 2% milk. Okay.
I only drink whole milk.
Okay, I'm writing it down.
None of that cloudy water for me.
None of that crazy business.
And if you've got someone in your life who really loves you and makes like cookies or something for Christmas, what they'll do is they'll melt up some like chocolate almond bark or fudge or whatever, and they will coat the whole thing in fudge so you don't have to hold it together. And that is extra special. Extra special.
You're talking about your Ritz thing? They'll do that?
Yeah, you coat the whole thing in the chocolate so it's all a singular unit of the 2 Ritz crackers and the Reese's peanut butter cup. It is, oh my.
I want to do magic shell experiments. Like that's my new thing is like
I bet if you froze the Reese's peanut butter cup with the Ritz crackers, it would get the magic shell crusty enough. But
the magic shell, the secret ingredient in a magic shell is wax. There's like a wax inside of it.
Yeah.
That's why they say don't put it in your fridge because it'll fuck it all up. This
is a problem with living in Minnesota. Like if you have to buy magic shell in the winter, it's like a Black Ops mission to get it home. Right? Like you have to
pocket, bro, or put it up in the pit.
Right, exactly. You have to like do that. It's like we're going straight home. You got to warm up the car from the store. You can't be in the store too long because then it's like -10 out. The car cools down too fast.
Fuck, man.
Oh, that's not the bad day. So you got it. Yeah, you actually have to keep it close. Like you wear a bra just so you can put the magic shell in it and get it home. But so
you guys are used to quarantine then?
No, you get used to how cold it is. So
I have an aunt. She's amazing. She used to be a undercover detective, right?
Yeah.
And she's retired and she lives in Wyoming and she sends me pictures during the winter. And she's
what is magic shell? Sorry.
What? No. What?
I know this guy personally. I know him.
Magic shell. It's magic and it's a shell.
Andrew,
it's magic and it's a shell.
You go to a store tomorrow or tonight. Tomorrow, because everything's closed. Go tomorrow. Find magic shell. It's by the ice cream topping, the fudge syrup or whatever.
Let them know though. There's different flavors. There's milk chocolate. There's double fudge. There's dark chocolate. There's caramel.
Yeah.
There's a strawberry one. Go for the fudge. Fudge is extra rich.
Yeah, the fudge. Don't get any of the others. Just go for the fudge. It's the best one. Don't you dare get the Reese's. It's terrible.
Them about the
fudge. Look, magic shell is it's a substance. You drizzle it on like it's Hershey's syrup. Or if you do what I do, you just pour a big glob on one spot and it forms. It gets cold and it forms a shell. Yeah.
My favorite thing to do is I'll do like really thin sort of like crisscrossy on the ice cream, but then I'll put a fat pool at the bottom.
Yes.
And then I'll take the bowl and I'll put it back in the fridge so that it gets extra cold. And then I have like an ice cream bar at the bottom of the thing.
Since I go ahead and put milk in all my ice cream.
Yeah. I've never heard that before today.
My aunt
try it.
My aunt did it back when I was a little kid, and then she started like microwaving the ice cream. I'm like, this is just stupid. That's too much. So now, you get ice cream and you like fill it up. It's really great with mint chocolate chip because you eat the ice cream and then you're left with like a mint shake left over, and it gets cold from the ice cream, like colder than the milk's supposed to be. It's really good. But if you do the magic shell, it makes like little magic shell stalagmites or whatever in the milk. Oh, it's good.
You know what you're making me think of, though? If you got to that point, why wouldn't you get something like Crispix or Rice Krispies or something that takes to the milk and stays crunchy and put that in there?
I don't want that texture in my ice cream. For me.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying other people shouldn't do it. Experiment around.
You're not a cone guy?
I'm not a cone guy. I'm straight ice cream and milk, and then I like nuts in the ice cream. Like I like if I'm gonna have texture.
You said pecans. You said pecan.
I'm a Texas boy. I gotta have pecans.
Yeah. Have you? I don't know what you guys have up there. I just found a place out here. I'm a California guy. I grew up in California,
Right.
born and raised, lived in California 46 years of my life, moved out here to Atlanta. There's a place out here called Kilwins.
Okay.
They have a chocolate ice cream that I would stab someone for, probably. There's something, man. There's something about the way they do their waffle cones that makes me a happy guy. That's it. But for the most part, I want it in a bowl. But Kilwins, I want a cone.
How many? So you're in Atlanta. Have you been to? There's a place. I'm trying to think of the places I've eaten in Atlanta. I've been to the Flying Biscuit Cafe. That's like downtown. That was pretty good. Homegrown. Have you been to Homegrown?
I'm not. No.
Do you like breakfast food?
I love breakfast food. I'm an expert at cooking it.
Do you like Life?
Life cereal?
No, I meant living in general. Being alive, my man.
Yes.
You've got to go to Homegrown. Of course, it's closed because of COVID right now.
Yeah.
It's in the hood. It's like east of downtown, something like a mile or two.
Writing it down.
I mean,
I always have to write things down now.
It is run by a bunch of hipsters, which I found only for food. Hipsters are acceptable people. But other than that, I could care less about them.
Hipsters are good for food, and beer is sort of a food, right?
Yeah.
Well,
like,
okay. So.
If you give them time to care about something where caring about it matters, hipsters are actually good at it. Like they're kind of insufferable.
Can I tell you a story about food?
You can tell me any stories about food you want.
Okay, so I read this article about this guy. He was an Arabian prince, and he had more money than anybody can spend in like 10 generations. Like you could just spend and spend and spend and just never run out.
Right.
And the interviewer said to him, what do you find to be the most satisfying in your life? You're one of the richest people in all of the world. What do you find to be the most satisfying in your life? He said, it's funny you asked that because I have every automobile I ever wanted as a child. I have multiple homes all over the world. I've slept with many women. I've traveled everywhere. The thing that still excites me every day that I look forward to is food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel it, man. I do, because that's all. When I travel, I have a rule, and my family, not my immediate family, they know, but like my extended family, when they go with me on vacation, I'm like, we went to Hawaii, a couple years ago. My wife and I went to Hawaii, and we brought my in-laws with us. Because we had a 2-bedroom suite with like a living room and a kitchen area. And I said, they can come. But if I hear one complaint about me eating out, and I will eat out at every single meal, I will not, on principle, use the kitchen in the room. I will go out for every single meal, and I will not go to a place I have ever been able to go. So I will never go to a fast food place. I'm in Hawaii. I'm going to go try out places, and they are welcome to come, or they are welcome to stay. I will not hear one complaint about it, or they are out of my room. They're done. Right. I cut them off. Like I do, I get it. If they want to budget their money or whatever, and they don't want to, when I travel, all I want to do is eat. I don't care.
Yeah.
Everything else is a bonus.
Did you go for the Moco Loco?
I love it, dude. I
love Moco Loco.
I made one for my kid the other day, and they're like, what is this? I'm like, you gotta understand.
It's the textures, it's the salt, it's the everything, man. Moco Loco. I had my first Moco Loco in Hawaii, and I was like, this is where it's at.
I put fried eggs on just about everything.
Burgers.
Yeah, burgers, steaks,
my man.
Chicken breasts, fried eggs make everything better. Did you go to an L&L while you were in Hawaii? It's the chain out there.
No L&L.
Okay, there's an L&L's a chain out in Hawaii, and I was there for HawaiiCon, which is on the Big Island.
Yeah.
And I went to I was like, I just need to eat. I'm with my wife. I'm like, I just need to eat literally anything. Can we please get some food? She goes, okay, well, I'm going to go shop at these. Damn it. I just want to eat. And so I go to the L&L and I order while she's in like she's in the like Walgreens, basically buying stuff for our kids that I'm going to have to pack later. I'm like, it's Walgreens. We could just do this at home.
Right.
But I'm in the L&L and I ordered the chef special, and it was basically like a half Mocha Loco and then a half Mocha Loco made with pork.
Oh.
And then they had a katsu chicken fried thing, and then they had the macaroni salad, which is it's mac salad's really popular in Hawaii, I guess. Yeah. It was like $12, and I ate the whole thing and cried the entire time. And then I fat shamed myself.
I would have looked at myself in the mirror, you fucking beautiful beast.
It's so good. It's so good.
Shit.
I live to eat. And if you Homegrown has hands down the best biscuits I've ever eaten. And I love biscuits.
How did they do them?
They're just, they're big. They're fluffy. They're soft. It's not like, some places do biscuits and gravy and they're like, oh, you need like a day old biscuit. That's kind of tough. No. No. It's a soft, fresh biscuit. They're like this big. And you can buy like 4 or 6 of them to go or whatever, but, they come with most of the breakfast. They're really, really good. Their pancakes are like this thick, but also fluffy, and they're huge. And they do this chicken. You can get a chicken sandwich on the biscuit. It's chicken and gravy and stuff. It's, oh my God. I love that place.
I'm like hungry at 2 a.m.
I'm hungry at 2 a.m. every day.
It's 2 a.m. here, and I'm like, I don't do it. I lost 60 pounds in the last since October, and I did it by intermittent fasting. And like it's conversations like this where I'm like, God damn it, fuck.
I'm sorry.
No. Dude, that sounds so good. We have this place out here called BB's Bagels, and BB stands for Brooklyn's Best. Okay. And they import all of their water and everything from New York, and they make like amazing bagels. But as soon as you said the pancakes, I'm like, yeah, their pancakes are like bed mattresses that you want to dream and eat. You want to lay on it and just like eat it. Okay, so
they do the BB Bagels. They like boil the bagels.
Oh yeah, they do it all New York style. And they bring their water. All of their ingredients come from New York. It's like they try to do everything the way.
If you aren't boiling your bagels after raising them, you like raise them, then you bake them, then you boil the skin. Like if you're not doing that, don't give me a bagel. I don't want it. Right. I like that.
It's not legit.
I like that crunch on the exterior. Like that. It's not a crunch. It's that resistance. It's the texture. Texture is important.
In hot dog language, they call it the snap.
Exactly. My bagel better snap. It better snap. If it doesn't snap, I don't want it. I love it.
That's funny, man.
I got a question for you from Gelth Walker. He says, ask Dan if he's going to kill you because of that 1850s prostitute hairstyle.
Oh, is that we call that the Jack the Ripper?
Yeah. And glad to see Chair Coon rescued my package. My love to Chair Coon, the savior to the channel. Yeah, Chair Coon. This is Chair Coon right here behind me.
Oh, is that like a Japanese name for your chair?
Yes, and Chair Coon was absent from yesterday's show. Chair Coon decided to go out and riot.
What happened to Chair Coon?
Well, black leather matters, and Chair Coon was out rioting.
Shit.
With the other chairs, and so it was rough. I was on a
Hold on a second. I'm hearing Ludacris's "Roll Out." Roll out. It's just exactly playing in my head. Great. So Chair Coon went out to. Okay. That's great.
We've tangented a lot. Let me refocus and that's fine. That's how I do my show. I want to go where the conversation goes, but I'm gonna try and go back to escapism, because I've been talking a little bit about escapism over the past year, and I want to talk more and more about it because I think it's, as you've said, it saved you, right?
It did 100% save me. I was bullied. I had hardships, not hardships, but like while my friends were all playing G.I. Joe, watching Saturday morning cartoons, I was out fucking working, and that sort of thing. And being bullied because we were poor, all that shit, like comic books, like escapism, literally, like if I didn't have comic books, if I didn't have my radio, I probably would have lost my shit. So,
you're in Comicsgate. Yeah. You're unabashedly in Comicsgate. So I assume that you have a similar impression that I do, that escapism is under attack. Yes.
They want to put rules. They want to tell you your escapism's wrong. Her boobs should not be big. And how dare you have your male gaze upon... Fuck you. You know what?
It's like, if I wanted to look at flat women, I just go to the grocery store.
Right. Linda Carter. Hello. Linda Carter in 1978. That awoke everything in me. Fuck you. Don't tell me that I can't enjoy tits. Like, and I'm not going to put them in an egregious sort of like, here are tits and abuse a woman. No, I love women. I respect my wife. I respect my mother. I respect my grandmother. I love titties. I love them. I'm supposed to love them. I'm a fucking man.
Exactly.
Don't be a dick about it. Like, don't tell me I can't.
We're not supposed to have them, and they do have them, and so we love them.
That's right. And if I want to have a guy toting a machine gun that shoots 1,000 bullets a minute, I can, because I can draw that and it's cool looking and it makes me feel awesome to draw it and it makes me feel awesome to look at it. So who are you to tell me what to do? I don't tell you when you're watching your cat porn not to do it. Not you.
Look, cat porn can be pretty interesting. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'm not telling you, but like these wokey ass people. But yeah,
I've seen some hentai, fam.
Yeah. The weird tentacle labruke. But no, man. Like you're right. Escapism is under attack. They're trying to put rules on escapism, and that's not okay. That's not okay. You know what? If your escapism involves compromising someone else's comforts, compromising someone else's safety, absolutely.
Yes, that's why it's escapism and not reality.
100% don't fuck with other people's shit. At the end of the day, if your escapism, like I said, if it compromises someone else, then you have a problem. But dude, it's like, did you ever see Boogie Nights?
Yeah. Love it.
Where he says, I like a lollipop in my mouth and butter in my ass. You go, who fucking cares? Who fucking cares if you want a lollipop in your mouth and butter in your ass? If someone's like, butter in your ass, how dare you with butter? They make butter with integrity. How dare? Like, fuck you, man. Like, it doesn't affect your life. My life doesn't affect anybody else's life. Go fuck yourself. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I agree. And speaking of Boogie Nights, I know when you first encountered a Wokey on Twitter and you were called a cuck, did you realize, though, that you, through Boogie Nights, had encountered what the cuck actually is? William H. Macy.
Oh, he was, There's my wife with an ass in her cock. Did you notice that when he said that? He kept that take. The director kept that take because it was so good. That's my wife in the driveway with an ass in her cock. And you want to talk to me about lighting? Yeah. He was cucked out, dude, and he fucking lost his shit and went New Year's 1980. Bacow.
Exactly.
I love that movie. It's a great movie. It's
fantastic. But I love that we were subtly introduced to cuckoldry through William H. Macy, and it was shameful then. and it remains shameful to this day. I just want to point that out. But
well,
if you want to,
each their own. If that guy,
if you want to do it, good, go for it.
I'm not gonna woke out on somebody if the wife is like, I need to be fucked by, I don't know, let me come up with a name. Leroy. Let's say you want to be
Come on, man.
I'm just making up names. I'm just coming up with names.
Just pulling them out
randomly.
of a hat.
Whatever. Let's say I want to be fucked by Leroy, and you're like, go ahead, girl. Get fucked by Leroy. Let me watch. I will get your coat. I'll get your wine, whatever.
I'll bring him some water when he's getting tired.
That's your business, man. Go ahead. Do it. That's not for me to judge.
No,
you know?
it's not. Although I want to say this, because I think this is important. Our sexual proclivities are not immune from mockery.
No,
it's not about judgment.
No,
judgment and mockery are different things. And if you like, say for example, having a large synthetic phallus shoved inside of you, that's on you. Like, that's great. People might make fun of you for it, and you have to be okay with that. I think the issue with cuckoldry is that people tend to refuse to own it. And I think that's the big thing is people.
You mean the ones that engage in it refuse to own it?
Yes. Yeah, they are ashamed, and that's part of the weird aspect of it. To me,
I think here's the thing, and we've had plenty of examples in the past month or so of it. Perhaps the stimulus comes from the humility of it all.
Right. I think it does.
Being humiliated, being humiliated, the you're not man enough. I try to understand it. And I think maybe that's it. I personally wouldn't want it. I belong to my wife. My wife belongs to me. The end. I don't want to share her. She doesn't want to share me. That is our bond. That's how it is. If somebody though is like, I guess in that instance, you're giving something away, right?
And that's what I want to caution. I think part of the shaming of cuck fetish, we'll call it cuck fetish, is that people are like, wait a minute though, I know you think you have a relationship here. I know you think you have something, but I don't know that you do, and this is probably a warning. And I think it's comicalized and it's hyperbolized, but I do think it stems from a legit rejection of the idea that, look, I don't think this is actually the functional relationship you think it is. Just because you say you're okay with it doesn't make it actually okay for you, and maybe you need to examine that. And I think that's where it actually comes from. I think it's a visceral reaction to the idea that you share your partner with someone else, that person's no longer your partner. And you can kind of be okay with an alternative arrangement. I mean, I'm not going to stop you. But at the same time, like, I desire people to have what I have, because naturally, like, I think what I have is good. So I'm like, buddy, that's not... you might want to check out what's going on there, because I don't think you've got what you need.
Right.
It's not healthy.
I mean, yeah, who knows though? Like that. I try my best for empathy. And we talked earlier about playing chess. Yeah. Part of playing chess isn't just looking at the board and going, here are the things, how would I do it? And these are the options. And if I face these interactions, how would I do it? I faced against this guy, my friend Billy, and I used to call him the beard stroker, because part of his gameplay is he would sit and do this. And I'd go, that's his fucking psychological fuck with me, thing. And perhaps I struggle with empathy. I'm always trying to go, what would I do? Why, like, and expectation, right? Like the problem with expectation and people is you go, fuck, I would never do that. Fuck that guy. I would never do that. The expectation is that the person has your values.
Yeah.
Right? Like, fuck, I would never do that. And you get pissed. Fuck that guy. That's disrespectful. I would never do that. But what you find out is to that guy, the thing he did ain't no thing. You know what I'm saying?
I agree, but my mild counterpoint is that some things are unhealthy, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that in any way.
Right. And now, like, if I see a meth addict, for example, and I've come across a few, I'm a criminal defense attorney, dealt with some meth addicts. Yeah. I will say, one thing maybe you should try is like not doing meth. like and
very simple. Yeah.
Right. And maybe you should work on that because it's like, one, it brought you here. And that's a problem that you're dealing with now because of this need to do meth. And so you should work on that. So I say that I do the same thing with cucks, is that, look, I'm not here to judge. I legitimately don't care what you do in the bedroom. But I'm going to say, I think maybe that this cuck stuff is getting in the way of like your life fulfillment. And the reason I say it is because you're clearly ashamed of it. Like you're hiding from it. I get some people requesting to do interviews with Drexel, for example. They want to do interviews with me and Drexel, and they have some sort of cuck fetish stuff in their past that they want to talk about.
Does Drexel bull out or something?
Drexel is a self-avowed bull.
Okay, see, I've learned all of the terms. You know
all the terms. This is how I know that sometimes a cuck literally brings a snack tray to the bull mid-act to make sure he's invigorated.
If I was a bull, dude, if there was a snack tray involved, it would be like aged sharp cheddar.
Right, wrapped in like a good Genoa salami or something.
Exactly, like extra zesty dill pickles. Can
you imagine? Like, look,
a list. A fucking writer.
Here you are. You're like, okay, I need my charcuterie board, please. Look, I need some dates and some figs on this board,
and the finest of Manuka honey. That shit better be like fucking legit from New Zealand, or I'm not doing this.
Exactly. Yeah. So, but universally, the people who have reached out to me to do these shows, and it's specific. We call it Cut College, and
college.
Cut College.
Okay.
Universally, these guys want to obscure their identity. And one of the points Drexel makes is, look, I'm a bull. You will never catch me being ashamed of my thing. I boast about my sexual proclivity or whatever.
He's like Mario from Super Mario. He's putting the pipe down.
Exactly. He's laying pipe left and right.
That's me, Drexel. And
actually, people get a misconception because he talks. He speaks in active voice, so he talks about the past as if it were the present. And they think he's still like engaged in that lifestyle, but I think that was more a chapter of his life, and now he's actually calmed down because he's pretty MGTOW-y now, and kind of avoids women because he's been burned by the family justice system or whatever, the family court system. So anyway, that's a whole nother thing.
So you're saying that the actual cuckolds want to remain anonymous because there's shame involved.
They don't show their faces. Sometimes they want to obscure their voices, with like a vocoder.
Hey, I don't like the way you. Yeah.
Right, and it's like, okay, this is to me telling me that this is a problem, right? Because if you're not ashamed of it, that's one thing. But if you're ashamed of it, I don't think it's a legitimate kink. And I think a lot of cuckolds are ashamed. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm projecting. I would be ashamed. So maybe I think that everybody is.
Maybe, I mean, who knows if let's say you love your spouse, and I know you do, and I love mine, and she's like, I need I don't know, a guy like I'm making up a name, Leroy. I need a guy like a Leroy to pound me out. And if you love me, you'd let me have this. And that guy is like, I love you so much. Go ahead. You know? And she's like, I want you to watch. I love you so much. I want you to watch. And that guy just like toes the line, right? Because he loves her. Like there might be that. Or there's the guy who perhaps, I don't know, I'm going to make up somebody who has dad issues.
Sure.
And their father treated them like shit, and they don't feel alive unless they're being treated like shit. And what is the most pinnacle way of feeling like shit is seeing the person you love the most fucking in front of you. That's when you feel the most alive.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I find the cyanide pill, I think.
Yeah. Right.
Or a good therapist. I don't know. Like I can't.
Right.
I can't identify with that.
I can't either. But like I'm like, as someone who creates content and creates characters, like literally all day, I try to think about motivations and I try to think of like all this stuff. So when I see someone cuck out, I'm like, you know, why? Why would that happen?
Yeah, I get the why. I think there's an argument. I do. I understand the why, but I think Drexel has red pilled me a little bit on the idea that the request is a how does he word it? Very eloquent, a shit test by the woman, and that the moment that you actually give into that shit test, that you are failing. You're failing the test. So because
so the woman says, "Oh, would you let me get fucked by so and so?" And the man goes, "I love you so much that go ahead."
Right, but then in that act, she loses the respect for you that she would otherwise have, because it's like, wait,
shit test.
I'm supposed to be careful, or I'm supposed to be special. I'm supposed to be sacred, and you've given me away merely because I said yes. Like, where's your spine? Where are you as a man? And I mean, not to get into stereotypical gender norms, but men are supposed to be steadfast, right? And we're supposed to hold on to you keep what you catch, so to speak, to put it one way. So I don't know. It's all very intricate to me, and I just have theory crafting, and thank Christ I've never had to deal with that, because that would be the part where you go, wait a minute, I actually really do care about this person. What the hell? Where the hell are we?
Right. I would literally be like, why are you testing me?
Yeah. And that's to me, it would be, I'll give the Scarface answer, right? To, are you gay, Tony? No. Fuck no. That would be my answer to her. To the request. No, fuck no.
Fuck no. Come over here right now. I'll show you how not gay I am. Yeah. But, and so, that's nuts, man. Drexel, I didn't realize. I mean, I knew he was the cuck commander, but I didn't realize he was the cuck commander.
It's kind of a meme. He used to have a very different, and this is why I like talking to him about this stuff. It drives some people crazy, and that's okay. But it's why I like talking to him about this stuff, because we knew each other like from junior high on. We've known each other for 25 years. We've been friends, and then there was a point in our lives where our lives went wildly different. Yeah, and clearly. So it's like, okay, I want to know about these years that I missed. And then I find out that the years that I missed were these crazy, like, swing parties and all this stuff going on. I'm like, that is not a part of my life at all. So now I want to hear about them, because, you make characters I love consuming stories because I like telling stories and I like learning about people through stories. And this is really, it is rounding back to Escape, but I like learning about who we are and who I am through the experiences of others, through stories that I will never experience. That's the
you can make a decision.
Point.
It's like the what if I was in that situation,
right?
Sort of thing. And then hearing an alternative, it's like the choose your own adventure. I went this way. This person went left. Tell me about what happened when you went left and I went right. Tell me about it. You know,
and Marvel used to do a what if comic series.
Yeah.
My favorite was what if Wolverine met Conan the Barbarian.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's great. It's a good one.
I'm gonna have to look that one up. That's cool.
I wish I still had it, but it got destroyed years and years ago.
I'm gonna find it. I have over a terabyte of digital comics, man.
Yeah. What if Wolverine met Conan was great. It goes through the whole story, and then of course the way the what if comics work, where the last page is like, what if Wolverine really met Conan the Barbarian? Like they tell you this whole story about what if it happened, but then they tell you the story about what it would actually be like, and it's just them sitting at a bar, and Conan's like, sometimes in battle, my vision goes red, and I start hacking and slashing and killing everyone around, friend or foe. He's got a big mug of ale. Wolverine's just sitting there with a bottle of beer, and he's like smashing it, and he's like, until the vision ends, and I look at the aftermath of the damage I've caused. Wolverine picks up his beer bottle and takes a sip, and he goes, yeah, I get that. And that's it. That was the whole encounter. But it was
100%, man.
But
Berserker rage.
Exactly. So, okay. Not Sadox, who is actually a guest on the show for Cut College, he says the vocoder was more for the others in my life that I couldn't say if they wanted to be outed. Oh, thank you for clarifying. But yeah, it's still not something I shout from the rooftops. So, and he was not
in the chat.
Yeah, and he was on for the first episode of Cut College. Although I will say that he was of the situation of getting cucked, so to speak, rather than being a willing cuckold. It was not as straightforward.
Okay. See, when I hear vocoder, I think about Zapp and Roger, computer love, where they're like, changing their voice up for music, but not like a computer cuck, that's a whole different thing.
Okay, so I guess rounding back to Escapism creation. So Escapism is under attack. What is the solution for you to the idea that escapism is this thing? We've established that it's important, right? We've established that escapism matters. It mattered for you personally. It matters for me personally, and it matters for me more today probably than in most times. I mean, I've been stuck inside. Everywhere I look, I get news of riots. I get racism. Everything is out there. Then when I see companies like Marvel, I see companies like DC, I see Disney, I see them all saying we have to make sure representation in our escape is basically an analog to living society in America.
Then that's not escapism. That's
right.
That's creating a virtual space. I'll tell you the thing about escapism that works, whether it's pornography, whether it's an action movie, whether it's a comic book, whether it's music, is it provides a simulation for something we desire. So at least for me, this perhaps I'm speaking only subjectively,
right?
But when I would read a Spider-Man comic, and I'd see a bad guy be bad, I'd see injustice, and I'd see this guy overcome adversity and solve it, and he would take a L. He missed that date with Betty Brant or whatever, but bad guy still got beat, and in some way there was a small victory. And for me,
but he had to lose to the bad guy first.
Yeah, there was a simulation in that, right?
Yeah.
And if I play a video game where I've got an arsenal of weapons and stuff. This is me wiping out a threat. It's escapism in that I'm able to execute those desires. Or if it's pornography, it's I fucked a 10 and I carry on with my business. Like it's literally like everything in escapism is a simulation.
Have you ever worked on pornography?
I've never worked in porn. No.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, sorry, man. Can't help you there.
That's okay. It just seemed.
I dated a mud wrestler once, but that's about as far as it went.
That's not the same thing.
And I met Ron Jeremy once, but not the same thing. Yeah.
But no, see, that's I'm curious about how much of the creative process goes into pornography and how much that's changed over the years. That's the only reason I asked. Because I mean, it obviously.
Boogie Nights. I think about Boogie Nights all the time.
Yeah.
Boogie Nights is such an excellent movie in the analogies, like when Burt Reynolds' character is all about like the integrity of art and porn, and the Colonel comes in and he's like, no, video, man, like fucking videos,
VHS, baby.
VHS is the shit. I like, go back. I like a lollipop in my mouth and butter in my ass. But I want to make $1.01 in this business. There's a lot of stuff that goes on, and like creativity wise, I think it depends on the escapism. Like, if people want their minds bent, they go to a mind-bending movie. Like I don't like. I had this whole
Pirates porn movie you're talking about.
I haven't seen it, but
I haven't either. But it was one of the like big budget ones that they like.
No, I have seen it.
Pirates. You have?
Yeah, I have seen Pirates. Yeah, but that was like 2002, 2003, right? Like it was like
I think so. It was like after Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, it was big budget though. Like it was a big budget smut
and
fest.
they had Evan Stone, who's like the modern Ron Jeremy in a weird way.
With a ponytail and
the guy who looks like a knockoff Fabio.
He looks like a knockoff Fabio and Triple H, the wrestler.
Yes, but see, I know his. I will always remember his name because the lawyer, the IP lawyer for Funimation, who does anime.
I know Funimation too.
Yeah, Funimation's IP lawyer is named Evan Stone.
Nice,
and
that's excellent.
Yeah, and he also has defended some, he's done some IP stuff for some porn companies as well. So he's like like literally a creepy porn lawyer like Michael Avenatti. But anyway,
can you imagine Evan Stone defending Evan Stone?
That would have been great. Like that's a meta case from hell. But no, so
especially if there were stolen stones.
Right. Like Romancing the Stone. They stole the plot of Romancing the Stone to put Evan Stone as Kurt Russell.
Right.
And then be
stolen stones represented by Evan Stone. That would be fucking bananas.
Yeah. Romancing These Stones is the porn title.
That's... Edward Penis Hands.
I love whoever writes the Cinemax soft porn names, like The Hills Have Thighs, like that guy. Whoever does that,
the pun master general.
That guy needs to be the highest paid guy in all of Hollywood.
He has to be, dude. What do we got? What do we got for you? I don't know.
Look, we need a parody of The Little Mermaid. Well, damn. Give me 25 minutes.
20 Little Squirt Maid. Who knows?
Oh God.
She's wetter than wet. The Little Squirt Maid.
Ram Hermaid or whatever. Porn. I don't think it needs as much. No pun intended. Nuts and bolts when it comes to creativity. Most people want to see the fucking, and they want to see it in a way that puts them in the action. I saw a meme recently where it says, "If you watch porn, are you a cuckold?"
you know, because it's like you're watching another dude fuck a girl that you wish you were fucking. So it's like a funny thing. Like, if you watch porn, are you a cuckold?
I've seen that. I disagree with the premise.
Yeah, because if I watch a cooking show, I'm not a cooking cuckold. You know?
I'm not Gordon Ramsay.
Right.
No. So yeah, you have at most, and if you have a parasocial relationship with the porn actress, maybe you need to revise your pornography habits. Not shaming here, just saying. Like if you believe you have some sort of relationship with them, you need to revise it because they don't reciprocate.
This is why I love talking with you, man. It's you are so like the systematic illegal breakdown. It's not cuckoldry. Well, yes, the act of watching someone else fuck someone else, but the cuckoldry, the definition is that you have a relationship with the person being
exactly fucked. That's the magic of it.
Yes.
Like you can watch two people have sex all day. It doesn't matter. But that's the draw of the cuckoldry is that they're having sex with your person. Like that's the whole point. I think. Yeah.
First time I ever watched anybody fuck someone else live, I was 17.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mean live?
Live. Yeah.
Not like on a video live.
No, like live.
Sure.
When I was in high school, my friends and I grew up near San Francisco.
Right.
And my friends and I, we had this thing. We made up the name for it. It was called Floggenschlagen. Right. We just made it up.
Okay.
And what we would do, it was our nickname for hooky. And what we would do is like, you know, once a semester, we would go, today's Floggenschlagen day. And we would hop on BART, which is Bay Area Rapid Transit. And we would go into the city. There was this hotel called the Equinox. And they had a revolving restaurant at the top. And they had this thing called the Equinox Brownie. And it was this brownie with vanilla ice cream. And it was served in this big chalice. And then we would go over to Columbus Street. We'd go to this place called the Hungry Eye, which was like a porn place, and they had a theater there where you could either watch smut on the thing, but depending on when you went, sometime there were live performers fucking on stage. And our senior year, we happened upon going into one of these places and watch people bang down. Like we just watched it happen, and we thought like this is the best Floggenschlagen ever. But when you're 17, you know, it's like any sort of fucking is crazy.
Yeah. That's wild. I can't even picture.
We were crazy
what that would
kids,
be like.
man. We were crazy kids. In fact, one of the times, you know, they had these booths. Right, like this is back in like 89, 90. You go in and you drop a couple quarters in,
right,
and you could watch movies. You know, like they would just play projector movies.
Yeah, for like 5 minutes or whatever.
Yeah,
or 10
and people
minutes.
would just go and fap one out. You know.
Yeah. You better be quick.
Yeah. And I would hate to be the mop guy, you know, like
God, the worst job. They should give that to criminals or whatever.
Yeah, to somebody, you know, like, can you imagine like just fucking hot mopping the jizz?
My water's too cold. My water's too cold. It's just smearing everywhere. No.
Hot mop the jizz. Billy, heat the water for me, bro. Like, but yeah, no, I remember all that stuff. Like, all that smutty filth was like very much part of the youth, you know. It's different. It's different for kids now. And I just had this discussion back in December. I went back home. I had a signing at a comic store in Benicia, and we got into this conversation about just how the tolerance of pornography has changed over the years, right?
Yeah.
So you were born in 81, so you're 8 years younger than I am.
Sure.
But that I have a brother who was born in 83. I have another one who was born in 86. So, you know, I have a bit of perspective there. When I was a kid, Playboy was the thing. Mm-hmm. And if you saw a Hustler magazine, oh my God.
Oh my goodness. That's Hustler. A prize, yeah.
Right. But even still, up until 1997, there was no penetration.
Right, yeah.
There was the illusion, the girl would like hold it near her face and make a gesture like she was gonna, or hold it near her vagina.
Yeah.
And act like it was going in, and she'd look happy about it, like it was about to happen, but they never showed it. So my whole generation, holding hands with a girl, you go, oh my God, I'm holding hands. And like, she touched my dick. Oh my God, she touched it. Oh, I'm fucking out of my mind.
Yeah.
There were, I saw porn on Betamax, and like, that was like, oh shit, I fucking saw that. Oh my God, I can't believe it. And even seeing fucking was like, I can't believe my eyes. I can't believe I saw fucking, Right. And then seeing fucking in person when I was 17, I had already lost my virginity, but actually seeing it in person was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. But now kids today with the internet, man, they could see anything and everything by the time they have an iPhone.
Right.
You know what I mean? And the problem with that, and we're going into the I'm not a lawyer.
We're getting into deep issues here.
I'm a simple caveman. I'm sorry, I'm a simple rabbit.
Yeah.
The problem is expectations of our young men, expectations of our ladies. If a guy, back when I was a kid, and all the porn I ever saw, it kind of had a playbook. Make out, get undressed, get a BJ, go down on her, fuck her, maybe get some head, bust a nut on her. Maybe on her titties, maybe.
Yeah.
And all was right. The end.
Yeah,
right?
the world was perfect at that point.
The end. But now it's like, have her suck your dick, hold her nose so she fucking gags on it,
Yeah.
Put it in her ass, slap her in the face with it, all these things, which are like commonplace. These aren't like, you got to seek them out. These
that's not even the kink stuff yet.
No, that's not even the kink stuff. That's
like,
page one.
There's
that's
no like electricity rod thing, like
right.
or whatever.
That's page one.
Yeah.
That's page one for our boys and girls. So the expectation of a kid who's like 13, 14 going, oh shit, maybe I need to fucking put it in her ass. So prom night, I have 4 kids. Prom night now isn't like, oh, maybe he's going to get some boob or maybe he's going to get some head. It's like, is he going to fuck her in the ass? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like the whole thing is like shifted and changed. Right. So I have 4 kids. I have 2 boys and 2 girls. So I'm terrified as fuck as far as that shit's concerned.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
So
I'm a couple of years out from it, but I mean, the idea is like, what is this going to look like? I mean, I'm a couple years out from it, and I've seen the progression, from when I was 18 or 16 or whatever to now, and it's like, things have changed dramatically.
It's about expectations and what's normalized,
right? But on a different but related subject, with porn, and we started talking about this a little bit, but. And you see this in Boogie Nights, right? Like the idea of it goes from this production that happens to involve hardcore explicit sex to focusing on the hardcore explicit sex. And it becomes these much shorter encounters. Like porn today is about a scene. In the way that the music industry today, due to distribution, is about a song. It's not about an album anymore. No. Like some a chosen elite few release albums. Like Taylor Swift will still release an album and it's got a theme, and okay, great. Your average musician now is trying to get a song to do well on iTunes. They get a song to do well, then they get another song to do well. Maybe they get to album status, but your middle class of musicians is working on a song or a scene, and that's the way that porn is. And you didn't do any porn, but in a way, that's the way that commercials are, right? And music videos. And my question for you is, how does this is probably too big of a question for this late and this much alcohol, but how does the creative process change? And is there a creative process? I guess that's the first question, to deliver art to someone in a condensed amount of time. Like what is that? Because a movie, you got 90 minutes minimum. right? Like that's the Hollywood standard, 90 minutes.
Yeah.
A commercial, an effective and good commercial, and you don't see them too much. The art of the commercial's dead because it's all just ads for pharmaceuticals now. But
and the one like Super Bowl, I've worked on a few Super Bowl commercials. It's about like memorable, like being able resonance, like something that's memorable.
You have 60 seconds to. My thought is you have to deliver an emotion in 60 seconds.
Okay, well, there's actually a couple of really fantastic books that handle exactly what you're talking about.
Sure.
There's a book called Made to Stick, and then there's another book called Contagious, and they have these acronyms. I'm gonna grab my phone because it's so great that you asked these questions, because I actually have made a concerted study of this stuff.
Well, while you're looking it up, I had an argument with a buddy who did a lot of theater a long time ago, and we had an argument about how you deliver. We were talking about doing church drama, right?
Yeah.
Like, here we go, from porn to church drama. It's perfect. We're talking about church drama here, and how you deliver in 3 minutes an effective story to people that'll stick with them and get them to, 1, engage, 2, feel something, and because they feel something, learn something from it. And it's a whole different thing. And commercials are short, and porn has to do this. That's the weird thing, and that's why I want to talk about this with the thing of porn. If porn is not art, then it is obscene, like according to the Supreme Court, and can be banned. And so for the porn industry, they have to toe this interesting line of.
Well, it's the art of the boner, though, dude. Like I know that sounds funny, but like it's literally the art of getting someone hard, or getting someone titillated if it's a lady. It's that art, and it has a whole different. It has a whole different set of rules. Like if we go back to the commercial or a story. The acronym that I wanted to talk to you about is one called, in this book called Contagious, the acronym is called STEPS. And in the one called Made to Stick, it's success. Like they just deal in acronyms. But the one in Contagious, the acronyms are, does it have social currency? And social currency, currency is the, hey man, I went to this exclusive club. It's da 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 da. I got it. You don't have it, and it makes people want it. That's social currency, right? Okay,
so not to interrupt too much, but is that and where I'm going with this is there's a prevalence in America of incest porn being popular, right? Like we know that the actors are not related.
Dude, it's funny you say that. I was just talking to my wife about this because I have a 15-year-old in the house, right?
Right.
A 15-year-old boy.
Yeah. So
and I said to her, I said, when you go on the front page of Pornhub, front page of XNXX, yes, I'm a red-blooded male, and yes, I know the sites.
I've never heard of these, but I'm with you.
I know, sure you haven't. The lawyer, man. But when you go to page 1, that shit's on page 1. It's not like simple, like I met her, I'm a pizza man, and
it's
she
the most
didn't
popular
have money.
Stuff in the country right now. In America, like when Pornhub releases its popular porn search terms, incest porn is like number 1 or 2 consistently.
It has to do with, and this is again a subjective. I'm an armchair psychologist at this point, but my theory is that things that are taboo titillate.
Yeah,
things that you're not supposed to do and do titillate. So if it's you're not supposed to fuck your coworker, that romance with your coworker seems more fucking
the boss secretary's a big one.
Yeah, like it seems more in fuego because like you're not supposed to have it. It's wrong, and like that incest shit is the ultimate taboo. So of course it's going to be titillating, That's what it boils down to. Is it just boils down to like that you're not supposed to have it. It's the taboo, you know, that like, I think that maybe the cuckoldry is in there too, you know?
So my thought, yeah. And cuck porn is, Drexel and I have talked about this. Like cuck porn was never a thing when we were young. Like you would have to go dark web mode. You'd have to go to like crazy obscure message boards to find something like that. Now you can just find it wherever.
Okay. You said it earlier when you were talking about your taste buds being blown out, you know?
Yeah.
Imagine that if they're porn buds, you know? No, but just imagine that the porn buds,
porn buds. That's all I'm thinking right now.
Yeah. But your taste for smut, the tolerance for it, and it's what I was talking about earlier. Back in the day, like when I was 12 years old and a girl held my hand and gave me a kiss on the cheek, practically nut my pants. You know what I mean? Like when I was 12. Now, you know, it's like kiss on your cheek, hold the hand. That's fucking stupid.
We're 12. Get your mouth on this cock.
Yeah, right.
Oh shit, that's gonna get clipped.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying though. Like
I do.
The tolerance, it just keeps going up and up and up. So it can't just be like hot brunette with fucking amazing ass titty gets, you know, fucked in every which way. It has to be under the context of a taboo. You know, like this is the boss's wife, but even that's fucking vanilla now. The boss's wife, vanilla. It's got to be my fucking, you know, my neighbor's mom. Oh, my best friend's mom. Well, now that's no longer taboo. Oh, it's got to be my stepsister. Oh, that's no longer taboo.
My question is, as someone who's been creating for 30 years now, right?
Yeah.
How do you identify and utilize these shortcuts to story? That's how I refer to them, right? Like the taboo of the title is enough to make the story work, right? Like, oh, my stepsister slept in the bed with me, right? Like that sells it on porn. Yeah. Any short form medium has to do the same thing, right?
You're talking clickbait. You're talking.
No, I'm not talking about clickbait. Porn uses a clickbait title, right?
No, but no, I'm talking abstractly, right?
Yeah.
Like news does it.
Music videos, like there are shortcuts. So how do you, as a creative person, effectively identify or concoct shortcuts to story? Because if you've got 90 minutes in a movie, or if you've got a novel, you can develop out like these complex character arcs. You can give backstories. You can leave hints and all this stuff. When you've got 60 seconds to sell an ad, you can't do that, right? So you have to short circuit it though.
You can. The what it boils down to, there's a couple of acronyms. So one of them is FTN, foresee the need, right? Yeah. There's a void, fill the void. That's another one. Fill the void or foresee the need.
Sure.
Like, or what Apple does is they create a problem and they sell a solution, right? Like that's one thing. Or like in the case of Black Flag, for example, I know that high energy, high octane 90s style action that's like fucking relentless, doesn't ask for forgiveness, high bullet count, big breasts, big fucking violence, craziness. I know that people want that because there's been a void. There hasn't been that in comics in the same way that I'm going to provide it. So that's like the void that I'm filling. Foresee the need, you know? But going back to the one I was telling you about, the acronym of social currency, triggers, emotion, practical value, and stories, right? If something has a story behind it, that's why you see on American Idol, it's not just, here's Jimmy the singer.
Right. No, American Idol is no longer a singing competition. It's a drama competition.
Right. It's here's Jimmy. He's a construction worker with 4 kids, and his kid has multiple sclerosis. And if he was to all of a sudden, Jimmy singing means everything to you, right? So
Yeah.
there's that aspect of it. The social currency aspect of a sale of something is to make it limited. Oh, there are only 25 of them. I've got one of the 25 and you don't. You know, the trigger of it, there is this guy, right? And he used to design for the W hotels. He was the one that created the aesthetics for the W hotels. And he decided once he retired that he wanted to go into the restauranting business. And he said, not only do I want to go into the restauranting business, I want to go into the steakhouse business, and I'm going to do it in Philadelphia, of all places.
Yeah.
You want to open a fucking steakhouse in Philadelphia? Are you fucking nuts, dude?
Right.
And so he opens up this place called Barclay Prime. And what he does is he creates this gimmick called the $100 Philly cheesesteak. And in it, he puts Wagyu beef.
I want it immediately.
Right.
Just from the fucking name, I want $100
Right,
Philly cheesesteak.
right. $100 Philly cheesesteak. He serves it with Wagyu beef, truffle oil, lobsters, and a split of champagne. Right?
Yeah.
Right? And you go, oh God, what is that? I want that. Because you know why? Triggers. Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, cheesesteaks. Oh shit. $100 says luxury.
Okay, so the triggers are the shortcuts I'm talking about.
Yes, triggers.
So triggers that's how you build narrative by using the toolbox that's inside your target market.
100%. The thing that's already inside of your customer. Right.
Yeah.
So I know comic book people, and myself included. I consider myself fan X because I'm still a fan. I still buy comics. I still buy fucking.
What's your favorite comic of all time?
Spider-Man. Oh, Dark Knight. Dark Knight Returns. Issues 1, 2, 3, and 4.
What's your favorite Image property?
Mine.
Excluding yours. You can't use yours.
Okay. Probably either Spawn or Pit. Spawn's or the Max. Good. The Max too. The Max is pretty damn good.
Okay. What's your least favorite Image property?
Shit.
That you've seen. I mean, I'm not holding you to the standard of knowing every Image property that exists.
I don't want to put anybody on blast, man.
Oh, you don't have to. Like if you're. That's cool. I don't want to put you in a position like that.
No, I mean, they come to mind, but I don't want. These are colleagues, so But
did you have anything to do with the Death Watch Image variant crossover?
You mean Deathmate?
Deathmate, yeah. Sorry, not Death Watch. Deathmate.
I did.
Did you draw any of that?
I did.
I have them all.
Deathmate Red. I worked on Deathmate Red, the red one.
Really? Like what page?
Those are garbage, dude. Don't even fucking look at them.
No, I'm gonna pull them out.
Those are garbage, man. Deathmate was, hey man, can you draw these 8 pages in 2 days? That's what Deathmate was.
I liked Deathmate until the end, which was the worst ending, of course.
Yeah,
it never happened.
That was crossover with Valiant. Yeah, that was. I mean, the best part of Deathmate was we got to go on tour. You know, we got to see some of the world.
Look at this. Yeah, I've got the prologue.
That's it. The red one. I worked on the red one.
Here's the black.
That's Jim Lee.
Here's the blue. Look at that. That's some shit art right there. If I have to say so. Like I'm not an artist, but that when you look at this.
Yeah, well, you got Jim Lee right there.
Yeah, and then you look at. Who's leaky?
Mine's on the bottom. Thank God.
Who's leaky?
I don't know.
Whoever did that was terrible. This is not much better. Here's yours. Okay, so this is Liefeld or Rob Liefeld.
Yeah. But I did pages inside there. If you look in the credits, you'll see my name. I'm sorry that you have that.
I bought, dude. I was buying all Image comics when this came out, man. I was buying them like crazy. Plus, you got Youngblood in here, man. Like that's of course you're in here.
Yeah,
but you don't know what page. I mean, you could tell me, but you don't.
I don't know what page number it is. Right. It's bad. Find the worst page in there, and it's mine.
I'm gonna see what I can find.
I had to draw 8 pages in 2 days on that job.
This one's kind of bad.
Not me.
Okay, that's not you.
Not me.
It's just very like the color palette is muted, and I think the art's kind of just rushed.
I love this. It's like the guessing.
I'm not an artist, so I'm like bad at this, but that page looks
if it looks
terrible.
hacked out, and like it looks like, oh man, I could have drawn that really fast.
This has got to be you. Look at that. There's nothing in there at all.
I drew that page.
Come on.
I did. I did. I drew that. Ah, shit. Yeah, that's some bad shit, man.
Oh, that's great. That made my entire night right there.
I wasn't even supposed to be on that gig. That's the thing, is it was like one of those things where they were running out of time and they're like, can you do 8 pages in the next 2 days?
Look at how Chapel gets got. That's rude. That's rude. Chapel's a badass, and he gets his face burned off by Spawn. But this is apparently before that because it's just paint. I don't know. That's weak. Anyway, I loved this stuff. I didn't, like I said, I'm not an artist, so it never mattered to me if the art was good or bad.
If you ask me, like my favorite jobs, I would say Black Flag would be number 1. Kid Supreme would be number 2. Kid Supreme was one that I really liked.
Okay.
I liked the work I did on Wolverine for Marvel. I did Superman for DC, but I stand by Black Flag. I love Black Flag. I mean, that was one of those things where the creation of Black Flag was pure escapism, right? Like, here's the thing. Imagine if you could pick your cases and you could pick the details of your case and how you got to work on them. That's what Black Flag is to me.
Right.
Black Flag is literally wish fulfillment. I want to draw guys with big guns. I want to draw anime babes with sexy anime babes. I want to draw wizards. I want to draw aliens. I want to draw this. Cool. Put them all in one book.
The requisite big dude. You gotta have a big dude on the squad.
That's Gorilla. That's my big purple gorilla.
Yeah.
And the madder he gets, the bigger he gets.
In Youngbloods, wasn't his name like Fiji or something?
No, that would be Stormwatch.
Stormwatch. That was Stormwatch. Okay.
Yeah, that was Stormwatch. In Wildcats, it was Maul.
Maul was unfair because he could make himself bigger.
Yeah.
Like he could just grow. And I felt that was a rip because, like, again, I was the Cyberforce guy. And I can't remember his name in Cyberforce, but the big guy there.
I can't either. I remember Ripclaw, and that's the only name I remember.
That's the only name you needed.
I don't even remember the multi-arm guy. I don't remember his name. Stryker. That was it. Stryker.
Ripclaw was a badass. But see, Grifter was cooler than Stryker.
Grifter was cool as shit.
And Grifter's sister was hot as hell. I can't remember her name.
Sister? Grifter's sister is the only one.
She's on, I'll find it real quick. I've got it here. She's on the cover of number 3. I'll have it.
Those bottles back behind you, those pyramidal bottles.
Those are Kula. Kula rum from Maui.
Rum.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Here we go. No, Wildcats Trilogy number 2. This chick.
Zealot.
Yeah. Zealot and Grifter, I think, were siblings.
I didn't know that. I never read that shit. Like, that's the thing. I like Jim Lee's art, but I never read that shit.
I haven't.
Here's the hard part, and this is the thing that really sucks for me. And it's like, yeah, good stuff. The thing that sucks for me and the whole Image era is that I didn't get to enjoy it in the same way that someone outside of it did. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
I was definitely in it, and I was experiencing it. It's almost like if
well, it's like I barely watch any YouTube, for example.
Right. But think about like a video game like The Sims or one of those war simulators where the audience gets to see the whole playing field. They get to see all 30 soldiers marching. They get to see all that. I got to be that one guy that was a soldier that was in the middle of the shit, and my whole experience had to be like was on the battlefield versus someone that had the omniscient view to see the whole thing happen.
Yeah.
So like a lot of those comics that came out during that time, I have a peripheral understanding like, oh, those look fucking dope. Like the other thing too, and this is like one of those weird phenomenons that like my wife is like, what? How did you not see that? During like 92 to like, I don't know, 2002, I almost watched zero television.
Oh, dude, my wife and I have just restarted watching TV. We got rid of it about 5-6 years ago because we were watching. We had the DirecTV and we had the DVR, and it got to the point where we had to watch 4 hours of television a night to keep up on all these shows. Otherwise, they get deleted after a week or whatever.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm not having any fun. This is an assignment. So we stop. I'm like, I'm getting rid of the TV. I can't do this. Now what we do is we watch one show at a time, and we watch it start to finish, and we watch maybe 1 or 2 episodes a night. That's our chill out time after the kids go to bed. Right now we're watching The 100, which is pretty good.
Oh, I have a friend that was in that.
Yeah.
She played Raven.
Oh, Raven, she's fantastic.
Yeah.
One of the waifus of the show.
Yeah. My buddy used to date her.
She's great. I like her. Of course, it's interesting to see what they do with the characters. I mean, whenever you get a show that goes beyond 2 seasons, things get contrived so that it's like, okay.
Or get better.
They can get better. But
for example, and I haven't seen either of these, but I have friends that go, dude, you have to watch The Wire. And
The Wire's great.
Right, but I hear you need to watch, like, the first 2 seasons are slow, but once you get to season 3, oh my God. And I heard the same thing about Deep Space Nine. Like, watch the first 2 seasons. Once you get to season 3, man, it takes off.
First season of The Wire is very good. Actually, The Wire does something perfectly. The opening 5 minutes of The Wire is, I'll call it irresistibly compelling. It is, you can tell that they worked on, it's a conversation between kind of the protagonist of the whole show. Not really a protagonist, but he's a consistent main character, McNulty, and this guy. And they're talking about this guy who just got murdered. His name was Snot. And so McNulty's this white cop, in his 30s, and he's talking to this young corner gangster in Baltimore who's probably like, 17 or whatever. And he's trying to figure out like what's the story with his dead body. And he's like, so who is this guy? He's like, man, Snot got. And he's like, Snot? His name is Snot? He's like, yeah. When he was a kid, he wiped his nose and had a mess all over his hands, so we call him Snot, and it just stuck. He's like, God, his name is Snot. Like, his whole life is defined by this name. And then he's sitting there, and what Snot had done is he had taken money from their dice game. They play dice like every Friday, and he's like, and the guy's telling him, he's like, yeah, every Friday, the pot would get to a certain point, and Snot would snatch that shit and grab it, and we'd chase him, we'd beat him down, but nobody ever killed him, and that was just Snot. And McNulty says, he's like, wait, every Friday, you're telling me every Friday this guy would sit there and play dice with you, and when the pot got to a certain size, he would steal the whole thing.
Why the fuck would you let him play?
Exactly what he says. He's like, why the fuck do you let him back in the game? He says, this is America, man. Everybody deserves a shot. It's like the best 5-minute conversation, and you can't not, like, you watch it and you're like, I care so much about Baltimore City right now, more than I've ever cared about the fucking city of Baltimore in my entire life, and because of this stupid conversation. The first season's great. The second season is weird. It's just so divergent from the rest of the series that it's almost like Halloween 3 in a way, right? Like, where's Michael Myers in this movie?
Right.
That's how you feel with The Wire season 3, or that's how I feel with it. But or season 2, season 3, 4, 5. They get really good. It's a great show. I strongly recommend it. But
I need to catch up. But like, you know, what I was saying about like the 90s, I've maybe seen 15 episodes of The Simpsons, maybe 10 episodes of Seinfeld, maybe 10 episodes of Friends. You know, I've never seen Will and Grace. I've never seen Frasier. I've never seen like.
Don't watch Will and Grace.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that there, like when
you missed this section of Americana.
Yeah, because my head was down and I was making shit, so that I missed out on a whole big slice of pop culture. Music, though, I didn't, because music was very much a part of my life, you know, like especially hip hop. You know, I like rock. You know, there was plenty of rock in there, but like a lot of hip hop.
Did you happen to see Straight Outta Compton?
I did. Yeah.
God, it's a good movie.
It's
I loved
all right.
it.
I mean, it's fluffy, but it's cool.
I don't care about like the thing with Straight Outta Compton is I don't care like how accurate the story is.
Yeah.
Okay.
You like it on its own.
I have a theory about watching movies, and I call it the Lifehouse theory. And it's based on this shitty Christian band, Lifehouse.
I remember Lifehouse.
Because they have that one song, "Hanging on a Moment."
Yeah.
Okay, stick with me. Yeah. I love the moment that makes a movie worth watching. Like you have some movies like it's great start to finish or whatever.
You're talking like Shawshank Redemption, where he's standing like this and the rain pours down on him.
Shawshank's great the whole way through. You don't need a moment of Shawshank. I'm talking House of a Thousand Corpses. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, it's garbage. Go on.
No, it's not. Okay. House of a Thousand Corpses is great. Most of it's garbage. You're right.
Yeah.
It's campy and it's overdone camp and it's not great. But there's a moment when Rob Zombie gives a masterclass in directing for about 90 seconds of this movie. And it's the part where the cops, like the old cop and the deputy, go to the house. And the old cop ends up, you know, he opens the door and he sees all the dead cheerleaders or whatever, and he gets killed right after that. And then there's the sheriff's deputy who's there, and the guy, I can't remember his name, Bud or whatever, he comes out and he's got the sheriff's deputy gun to his head, and the guy gets down on his knees, right? And he puts his hand behind his head and he closes his eyes, and it switches to a top-down view. And it does this slow pan away and kind of zooms out and turns just a little bit. And it lasts about 10 seconds too long, which is just right. And then he shoots the guy in the back of the head. And it is basically silent for that. It's like 35 seconds of panning away. And you're just
you feel like the guy with a gun to his head.
Right. And you're like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? I know he's going to get shot, but maybe he won't. And then he just does. And it's perfect. That is the Lifehouse theory of movie watching. And so that's why I say House of a Thousand Corpses, despite being kind of terrible, is great. Because that moment alone makes it worth it. And then
Devil talks about this in comics.
Really?
Yeah. He asked me that question one time because he this is early on in my career. This is like 1993, and he said, he goes, why are you so focused on this panel? I go, it's got to be great. He goes, what's your favorite comic? I said, Frank Miller's Dark Knight. He goes, tell me about it. I go, what do you mean? He goes, tell me the parts like that. Why is it great? I'm like, well, there's that fucking page where they're jumping and, there's him, Dark Knight on a horse. And there's the one where he's like fucking, kicking Superman in the chin. He goes, well, tell me about issue 4, page 12. I'm like, fucking no. He goes, exactly. Exactly. You're thinking about the moments. Same thing you're saying, the moment. It's like they're so big that all that other shit falls off, right? Like everything else falls off. And he was telling me, like, don't put so much importance on those other fall off moments because no one's going to give a shit. Put the focus on these big moments.
Yeah, and I think there's two approaches. I think there is the approach where you genuinely have greatness going through the whole thing. I think of Scorsese, Goodfellas, Casino. They're great, basically start to finish. Yeah. But then you have movies that don't need to be great the entire time. They just need to evoke something in you, or not just movies. They need to evoke something in you for just a moment to make it worthwhile. And then I think harnessing that is important to all these other mediums. That's the music video, right? Like you don't need 90 minutes of greatness. You need 3.5 minutes of greatness for the music video, or 9 if you're Michael Jackson.
What you need in any song is,
or Ariana Grande on a bike. If I'm being honest. Side to Side is a good video. Nobody can convince me otherwise.
I'm not going to argue with you at all. That is 100% the pure fucking uncut smack. Like that. Go ahead. That's smack. I don't care if she's saying fucking pumpkin pie and cardboard boxes. I don't care what. I still don't know what the words of that song are. I don't either. But yes, 100%. But that's a whole different hook. I think with songs like, Kool and the Gang, Celebrate Good Times. Tell me the other words, Yeah, I know them. I know them because I've seen them in what do you call it? Karaoke. But everybody else knows Celebrate Good Times. Come on. That's all they need to know. Those are the moments. 100%.
Now, I do know all of the words to You Got That Glow from The Last Dragon.
You got the glow, you got the glow. The power of
the power of innovation, baby.
There you go. Yeah, dude, I love that movie. Show me some moves.
Yeah,
Bruce Lee boy. I love that movie.
Let me. It's getting late. I know you're East Coast. It's like 3. It's 3:11 where you are.
Coming with the 3:11.
Down or whatever.
Going down.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna bring reggae and punk back in a weird way.
We're doing it all.
But let me read chats, and if you want to jump in on any chats, feel free to do so, and then we'll wrap up the show.
Yeah, any questions that are directed towards me or us, then I'm down. But I don't know anything about law.
These aren't law questions. These are just
cool.
These are just anything. 47 Ronin Gaming. This one is for you. Question for Dan. Do you draw panels around the dialogue or write the dialogue around the panels? Is it something pre-planned before ink hits paper?
I see pictures first. I see situations first. This is super subjective to me, but like, for example, the opening scene of Black Flag it starts with a news report, and the news report leads to the scene of the news. Something bad happens, and then we go to the team, and the team jumps out of this helicopter sort of thing and jumps down. So I see the situation first, and then I think of the dialogue afterwards. But if I'm working from someone else's script, like I just finished up a He-Man job, I know what they're going to say, so I'm working around the dialogue, and I know the expressions. But generally, when I'm crafting my own stuff, it's about the attitude of a scene.
Sure.
So I may not know exactly what they're saying, but I know the heart of it. I know that this is serious. I know this person is joking. I know that this joke turns to sarcasm, which turns into anger, which turns into whatever, but I may not have the exact dialogue down until I focus, but I'm a picture person first. That's just me.
Are comics just a storyboard that's not set into motion?
No.
Okay, because like my mild amount of training is doing screenwriting as a focus in undergrad, and so I've written a couple movies. They're shit. No, I will not release them. But like the process. So I wonder about the process because I don't know how you write a comic book. I know how you write a script for a movie, right? Like I get it, but I don't know.
Okay, for a writer, it's not too far off.
Okay.
For an artist, it's completely different. And this is why I say this. As a writer, you can come up with situations, you can come up with the characters, the location, the what happens. But as an artist, to make it truly effective, we have to rely on the tools that are unique to comics. A storyboard, I have the power of camera movement. I have the power of sound effects. I have the power of a musical score.
Right.
I have the power of editing, how long the shot will be, how short the shot will be, how long that shot will be next to a short shot. All those contextual things. That's how movie making is done. That's what directing is about. In comics, I don't have a soundtrack. If I'm going to convey a long crane shot, I have to do it a certain way. If I'm going to surprise you, I have to do it in a certain way. A writer can just simply write in a screenplay, Joni walks into the dark room. She turns on the light. She's surprised by the man at her dinner table. You could write that for a comic book too, but in a movie...
That's like 3 panels in a comic book.
Yeah, in a storyboard, I may have a tracking shot or be on her and sort of set up a false sense of security, and I track with her and go to her hand as she turns on the light, and then she turns, and then I show her surprise and then show the guy. Or I show the guy and then show her surprise. It's the order of things. But in a comic book, there are different ways to convey that artistically because I don't have tracking. I don't have the advent of that music. I don't have that singular frame. There are limits, but there are also advantages. I can make things big or small, make you feel claustrophobic, those sort of things.
Gotcha. Yeah, that is kind of a cool, that's a cool, I always think of the comic book as a limited medium because you don't have the movement, you don't have the motion, right. But in a way, you get other aspects of it, right? Like in a comic book, you can put a small frame on a page. It can be this tiny thing, and that can be confining in and of itself, especially if you fill it with dialogue and you have to try and fit the picture and the dialogue in there. You can bring a reader into confinement just with the limitation of the frame, and you get to lay the frames out on page entirely.
And there's context too. Like we'll go into the funky dude talk right now. How do you make a pretty girl look prettier? Other than makeup and clothes, how do you make a pretty girl?
I have no idea because I can't draw for shit.
No. I'm just talking about in life. The way you make a pretty girl look prettier.
It's her attitude. So it's her stance, her posture.
No.
Okay, what's this?
This has everything to do with what I'm talking about with context.
Gotcha.
If you take a 10 and you put her by herself, she's a 10.
So you got, let's contextualize this. You got Jennifer Love Hewitt back when she was, 20.
That's super subjective.
It isn't.
No. See, I know. I know what you did last summer.
Jennifer Love Hewitt and Can't Hardly Wait is stunningly attractive.
She is. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I'm just saying for the audience. But the best way to make a pretty girl look prettier is to put her next to ugly girls.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
They did that very effectively in the 100, by the way.
Yeah.
They added that commander chick who is just not pretty at all.
Right. So, but the way you do that in comics, if you want a moment to seem larger than life, if I give you double page after double page after double page, everything's going to suddenly feel like that's the format. But if I give you a 9-panel grid followed by a 9-panel grid and then I show you a page that has 3 panels on it, those 3 panels are going to feel massive because I just set you up with these tiny panels. It's the ugly girl, pretty girl thing.
Sure.
So that's one of the tools too. That's what I mean by context. If you want that big, what was that movie, Inception? Big French horn sound.
Why does everybody use the French horn now? Like it's in every monster movie.
It's effective. You know, it makes you. We call it the brown note, right? It makes you shit your pants a little.
By the way, did you know that Jennifer Love Hewitt basically invented vajazzling?
Yeah, I heard about that. And by the way, did you know that the hero house and client list was on my street in Van Nuys?
Hero house and client list? I don't know what that is.
Client list was her TV show that she did.
Oh, okay.
And the hero house, the house that she lived in, that was on my street, like across the street, 4 houses down.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, they would always shoot exteriors of that house, and it was.
Did you hate every second of them shooting that?
No, because I know production. Like, that's the thing. It's like the street I used to live in Van Nuys was one of the most filmed streets that was not on a studio lot in America. Like, that house over there was the house from Californication. That's the house from Client List. That's the house from the Mountain Dew commercial. That's the house that they used in, you know, like that neighborhood. They just used the fuck out of that neighborhood. But
right.
We were talking about Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Listen, you know, she holds a special place in my heart. I think Can't Hardly Wait came out when I was 17 or whatever.
Do you know who my Jennifer Love Hewitt is?
Who's that?
That's the other Jennifer Conley. Labyrinth.
Yeah.
Opportunity Knox, dude, or whatever it was called. Career Opportunity. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I'm trying to think.
But I'm with you on the Ariana Grande thing. 100%.
I'm saying side to side, man.
Yeah.
That's not good.
No.
Okay. Let's get back to this. Okay. Romeo Garbo says there's a listen, Dan, you got me going side to side. Romeo Garbo says there's this quote from a comic book I like to think about. It goes, way I see it, if you never piss anyone off, you're doing something wrong.
True.
Yeah, and that is true. Nova Zero says The Portal episode 21 with Ashley Matthews.
I know who that is.
I think that's a porn. In my opinion, adult entertainment is something that's matured with the internet. If you think about it, our categorizing is plain. At some point, incest turns into a self-referential joke. Thoughts? I don't think it turns into a self-referential joke. Incest porn is a way to sell vanilla pornography to a populace that doesn't want vanilla pornography.
They want taboo, man. They want like I said earlier, it's the ooh, naughty. Like, back when I was a kid, nakedness was naughty.
Yeah.
Just seeing someone nude was naughty.
Okay.
You know?
Are you with me on this? I want gratuitous nudity back in action and horror movies.
Oh, dude, I would love that shit. Dude, and comedies.
Yeah, where did tits go? Like, remember...
Where did tits go?
Remember Repossessed with Leslie Nielsen? It's the Exorcist parody with Leslie Nielsen, Repossessed. And in, like, the opening scene, he's a Catholic priest, right? He's teaching at, like, seminary. And there's a girl in the front row. And she's pulling her skirt up, and it's inching closer and closer to her naughty bits, right? And you're like, ooh. And he goes, young lady, pull your dress down. She goes, okay. And she just pulls her top down. And it's tits out. And this is like a PG-13 movie. And it's like, where did nudity go in comedy, horror, and action? It's gone. I mean, it is absent.
Remember Species?
Yes.
Dude, them titties.
I worked at Circuit City in the late 90s. And so you had Species 2, came out in the times that I worked there. Yeah, and that's all it's like, okay, it's 90 minutes of movie for 1 minute of tits. Where did that go? I want it back.
Airplane, another Leslie Nielsen, the girl running across, just fucking titties.
Yeah.
Just because.
Just 2 seconds of it.
What's wrong with titties, man? There's nothing wrong with titties, but there was something. I worked in Paris for a few months, and somebody asked me, what is up with America's taboo of sex? You guys, like, violence is okay, but sex is not.
In Paris, France would have full frontal, like full nudity in regular TV at the time.
Absolutely. I was in Amsterdam in 2001, and a Lenny Kravitz video came on, and it was a music video, and it was like this beautiful black girl in the kitchen with her titties out, like naked, and I'm like, whoa, fuck, there's titties on MTV. And my buddy's like, yeah, of course. I'm like, what do you mean, of course?
Where is our good MTV? This is why we ended up with The Real World.
Right.
If we would have had titties on our actual music videos, we would have never had The Real World.
Man, everybody's pent up. That's the thing. And
Robin Thicke did it with
Blurred Lines. What the Radajowski girl? I've seen both versions.
Hot
Very
as
well
shit.
Done.
Yeah.
Very well done. Duran Duran did it. Girls on Film. There's a Girls on Film where it's naked ladies fighting. Big fan of that. Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. Bring them back.
I used to sit, like I said, my parents were lax on the rated R movie thing, but the one thing that they always were curious about, like they didn't want too much sexuality in my movies. Like I could watch people getting murdered all day. That was fine. So what I would do is I would pull up my TV guide, right? Like the little magazine TV guide you get in the mail, and I'd flip through and I'd look at the little, like L, N, V.
Oh, for the N.
Yeah, I'd look for the N in like a sci-fi movie. And I remember my dad's quote when I asked him to watch, I think it was a movie called Laserball. And I want to find this movie. I really do. It was a movie where there was like a game, and the two people would sit across from each other. They'd be strapped into a chair, and this light ball would float between them, and they would, through their minds, like make it go back and forth, and the person who won would launch it through the skull of the other one, and they would die. It was awesome.
How do the titties come into this, dude? Help me out here.
Because it was like an early 90s sci-fi action movie. There were titties in it all over the place. So what I would do is I would go and I'd look for the N, and I'd be like, hey, can I watch this? Look, it's got nudity in it, but it sounds cool otherwise, right? And I remember my dad saying to my mom, look, it's probably just some boobies or whatever. Who cares? Right? And then I would get to watch all these movies. They were great. So I'd go downstairs and watch HBO or Showtime.
And then you saw Requiem for a Dream, and it just all fucking broke.
No. I never watched Requiem for a Dream. I still to this day have not seen it.
Don't. There's certain movies that I don't recommend unless you purposely want to feel bad. Like if you want to feel bad, watch Happiness.
Have you seen The Counselor? I know you've seen The Counselor.
I don't like that movie. I fucking hate that movie.
It's so good.
Dude, the whole thing where the guy, where the motorcyclist's head gets cut off.
Yeah.
It makes me sick every time. And when
that's what makes you sick?
Or when they put the lariat around and he's like holding it and he's like trying and his fingers get cut off.
Yeah, and he's done.
Oh, fuck, dude, that movie, I've only seen it one time and I don't ever need to see it again.
When Fassbender gets the DVD that just says hello on it in Sharpie, I'm like, fuck me, that's brutal. That was just, oh God. I think I've seen that movie in full one time. And I saw it.
It's well made, but fuck, it's brutal.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's a brutal movie. It's weird because that motorcycle one, the motorcycle killing.
Yeah.
That one, it bothers me so much that it's stuck with me. Like,
because it's like the senselessness of it, right? Like it's just a guy on a bike.
Well, they wants that thing in his helmet, right? Like he hides that thing in his helmet, and the fact that that killer like went to the motorcycle place, measured how high the bike was, measured all this stuff, put lights at a certain part because the guy rides like this, and knew if he shined the lights that he would look up, and knew to put the cord right here, and you just see the lights come on and then stick his head up and the fucking. And then you see the head tumble, and I'm like, oh my God, it was like perfect predator, but like sickening. Like, I don't know how to explain it other than it was fucking sickening.
The reason I love that movie, the thing I love about it is Brad Pitt. Because this is, so my sibling moved to a third world country. And the third world country had like a socialist uprising and all this shit, and the government like just shut down their town. And we were like, what are you doing? Like, how do you get out of there? And then, well, we can't because the government won't let us leave. They just shut off the water and internet to the town. I still have cell phone service, but they just shut it down. I don't understand it. And I'm like, you're in a third world country that is a pseudo dictator. Like you're not in America anymore. And the reason I love The Counselor is the line Brad Pitt says when he's talking about snuff films with Michael Fassbender. And he's like, look, the problem that you people have with the cartels, in brackets, I don't remember the exact words. It's like the problem people have with the cartels is you think they're lengths of evil to which they will not go, and you're not correct. And that to me sticks with me whenever you hear about like the true depravity of the world. Like when you see the guy, that police chief who was shot during the riots, right? Like just the other day.
The one that was, he was the retired,
down in St. Louis.
Yeah, the people were stealing TVs or something. Yeah, I saw that. That was fucking awful.
And he's just killed outright. Or when you see like the horrific abuse of some kid or whatever, and you're like, no, there really is this evil element of the world that we don't understand. And the thing about, and this is what I love about escapism really, is The Counselor lets us engage in that evil in a safe way. Right?
Absolutely.
Because I can go to the dark places on the internet and I can watch like the gore porn out there. I can find people getting chopped up with a chainsaw or a machete or whatever. And I have done that and it's horrible. Don't do it. Right.
I won't. I don't like that shit.
But and I don't either. And I try not to, like, I haven't looked at it in years, but I know when I did, like, it just brings you to this dark place. But movies like,
you needed to know that you didn't like it.
Right. And movies like The Counselor afford us the luxury, we'll put it that way, of engaging that darkness and going, like you said, I watched the movie one time. You can't do it again. Because it just does it. Yeah.
There's enough.
That's escapism for me as well. It's like an escape. You've got an escape from reality, which is, that's your guy in Black Flag, right? Holding that big ass gun right on the cover. Yeah. That's your giant, monstrous, half gorilla man with huge muscles. Okay, that's all cool. And then you've got an escape to reality, where it lets us shut down all of these things and just focus on this one aspect. And that's what escapism is for me in general. It's the ability to shut off, okay, I don't need a racial quota. I don't need a gender quota. I don't need women to look like they're all the average American woman who is 5'3" and 170 pounds. I can shut all of that out, and then I can focus on this one thing that the storyteller wants me to deal with.
Yeah. Without
all of the baggage of reality. And that's what's important to me. And I think that's what's being stripped away with the attack on escapism and the demand for like racial purity and equality in these comics. It's like, no, or movies or video games or whatever it is. It's like, no, I need that to go away so I can focus on this element of humanity and learn about it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm 100% with you. I can't even disagree with a fraction of that. Like not even a molecule of it. No, I'm serious. Like
Yeah.
I'm with you on that 100%. It's like if the escapism is bungee jumping, right? And we know we want that safety of being able to feel that experience of jumping and know that we're safe, that bungee is going to save us. But if somebody came in and said, no, bungee jumping, you need to make sure that you feel like you're jumping, but there's no, you don't jump, and there's a pillow, and you need Enya playing because you need to relax while you jump, because you don't want anxiety while you jump.
Right.
And then suddenly it's like, fuck you, then where's the jump?
This isn't a bungee jump. This is just me laying down.
Right. Exactly.
At that point. Yeah. Sorry for that big tangent.
No, it's good.
In Kermit voice sent okay, I think I have to do this in Kermit voice. I hear you like froggies, Esme. Why don't you come over sometime and I'll show you how to squeal like Miss Piggy with my froggy tongue, giggity.
I hear you like Miss Piggy. Yeah, it's a tough one. I can do Arnold, but I can't. Kermit the Frog. Yeah.
Get to the chopper, my friend.
Get to the Got to get Frank Oz up in here, dude, or Jim Henson.
Moist John says, they banned you for fug. They banned me once for telling Dick, suck my high-functioning dick. Twitter's terrible. Malik Foxon says, Magic Shell is how McDonald's and Dairy Queen make their chocolate butterscotch-coated ice cream cones.
Yes.
No, thank you. I'm not a shill for McDonald's, damn it. No, you don't need to go to McDonald's for Magic Shell.
The dipped, like when you get a dip cone at Dairy Queen, the stuff that hardens on the outside is Magic Shell, but you can just get it.
Buy it at the grocery store. Buy it at the grocery store. The Coke Master says, Nick and Dan, how do you guys feel about the prevalence of cutesy slice of life stories in modern anime and manga? I understand people wanting more kick-ass or gritty stories, but it seems that Japanese people actually prefer cute moe stories and art.
I think when it comes to mangas, there are so many varieties of them that there are the cute ones that people want, but generally speaking, from what I've seen, they don't invade things. You're not going to buy something like Eat Man or Bastard or or Akira and find that cutesy stuff. You're going to find stuff that's cutesy within that genre. So I think it's very genre specific.
Yeah, I don't like slice of life, but that doesn't mean that I don't think slice of life is an important part of someone else's escape. It's not my thing, but a lot of things aren't mine. Manga is cool because it is so varied. There is no pigeonhole to the genre. It can literally be whatever you want it to be if you can create a market. And that's why I like the independent aspect of creation. We're seeing an independent revolution that you're a part of with Black Flag and YouTube. I'm a part of with YouTube as well. This idea that we can go ahead and create niche markets, and we have the ability to reach a big enough audience to make that niche market worth it. We don't have to have Barnes and Noble buy our book anymore. No. Right? No. That's slice of life anime it's one of those escape to realities. It does cut away certain things, and it makes the mundane something that is to be experienced in a different way by putting it in the context of anime tropes, and it allows you to take on life that you deal with every day, but in a way that's entertaining and cathartic for you. Go for it. I'm not.
It facilitates a need.
Yeah, and I'm not a fan, but you guys can.
You don't have that need though.
No, I have enough real life every day. Malik Foxon says, Rackets, how dare you? About to eat some cheese stuffed tortellini Alfredo with chicken that I'm so proud I made. Right?
Fuck. That sounds so good. Fuck you. That sounds so good.
Me too. Yeah, I'm dying. I'm gonna eat right after the stream, and you give me the imagery of a custodian hot mopping men's ejaculate off the theater floor.
That's amazing. That's called payback. That's called payback. That's called coming from the future to hit you in the past. That was payback.
He says, I worked hard on this and I can't eat it for a minute. Yeah, deal with it. Let it cool down, sucker.
Hot mop.
Malik also says, Dan, you made me chuckle since I tend to do lewd artwork on commission. You asked, how do you make a pretty girl look prettier? And the first thing that came to mind was more highlights on curvy bits without overdoing it. You were right, though.
Yeah, put ugly next to pretty and it's prettier.
So should you have a naked ugly chick in frame with the naked pretty chick?
Perhaps. Or,
That sounds horrible to me.
Why?
I feel like the nudity, like if you're gonna do the lewd shot, it should be lewd on its own. Like you can have the frames leading up to it. Let's
keep it really innocent. Okay, this is where we see it. I envy you because you brought your bottle with you. My barrel is upstairs and I haven't left, so I'm like, God damn you. This is where we see it in real life. Weddings. Why are all the bridesmaid dresses so fucking ugly?
God, they're horrible.
To highlight the bride.
Right.
That's all it is. So you make the friends look dowdy and you make the bride look great. So if you put an okay looking woman next to some dowdy women, she looks better. You put a pretty girl next to ugly girl, she looks prettier. That's what they do. And the girls use that shit as a tactic all the time. Sorry, ladies, but you do.
No, I agree and I get it, but I want to also say that he's talking in the context of lewds, and I'm pulling out my example. I have an example.
I'm just looking at your Dragon Ball character back there.
Oh, that's Broly.
Yeah, and so he's all sand up.
Broly gone Super Saiyan, and check this out. So Broly was voiced by Vic Mignogna, and Vic Mignogna has a policy at conventions to not sign breasts.
Why? You mean girls' breasts?
Yeah,
because of all the bullshit that happened.
Right, but he had that policy long before any of the bullshit.
Yeah,
which is kind of funny if you think about like what that implies.
I got a lot of VO friends.
So here's I got him to sign Broly's tits. That's what I did.
That's how you do that. The only thing I have that's even remotely close to that is I have a Pete Rose baseball that's personalized, and I was told he doesn't personalize, and I made him personalize it. Oh,
nice. My dad has a Mickey Mantle ball that's personalized.
Oh shit, that's huge, man.
Yeah, it was a rare thing. I think it was his aunt was at a game with Mickey Mantle and got walked over to above the dugout and got him to actually sign it in person. He was just a little kid. Oh, come on, I'm trying to find it. I've got a picture. It's the cover of one of the Wildcats, and it's Voodoo.
Yeah,
if you remember Voodoo.
Of course, I remember Voodoo. Hot stripper superhero, dude.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to find it right now, but anyway, that the reason I was going to bring it up though is when you're doing the lewd shot, in my opinion, the lewd shot needs to be the solo shot who's the focus of the lewd. I don't think you should have an ugly naked chick in the background or even an ugly counter chick in the background. Like, you can do it leading up to the shot, but for the lewd shot, it's got to be just the focus, in my opinion.
Yeah. Context, baby. Build up.
Okay. Malik Foxon finally says, Nick, when I said no thank you, no tie, I meant no tie beard for his roast accusing me of shilling for McDonald's a few streams ago. Ruined the joke. How could you? Oh, I'm sorry. I ruin every joke that isn't mine. It's a bad habit. Kiwi Goes Live says, I left Apple Music for Spotify over the blackout yesterday. Since Spotify gave me 3 free months, I'm sharing the wealth. Hey, thanks, buddy. the media blackout. God, I hated that. I hated that.
Where they did the 3-minute thing, because SiriusXM did that. They did 3 minutes. Like, I'm listening to my yacht rock, and they're like, "We're dedicating 3 minutes of nothing," and I'm like, "Did I turn my radio off?"
Yeah, all of these media companies made posts on Twitter and YouTube community channels and stuff. Is like, we are not going to put out any content today for the hashtag Blackout Tuesday, and I'm like, you know what? Go to hell. None of you thought or cared enough to comment about this guy dying for 6 to 10 days. Right. And now suddenly, now there's riots in the street. Popular sentiment has sufficiently manifested that these companies are out there, and now they can virtue signal. Look, if you're a company and you think that George Floyd's killing was unjust, you should probably have thought that the day it happened or the day after it happened.
Right.
Like, waiting a week to then virtue signals, like you were just waiting for popular sentiment to catch up.
You know, if everybody looks at the world today like it's ancient Rome,
yeah,
it all makes more sense. You know. That's it.
Where we're in a time of, like, we've reached peak civilization, and now we're just falling down off the cliff type thing. Into
like, we want to see people eaten by lions. Mm-hmm. We want to do the thumbs up, thumbs down. You know,
I unironically want to see people eaten by, no, I'm just kidding. That's a joke. I don't actually want to see people eaten by lions.
Certain people I'd like to see eaten by lions. Anybody that hurts a child, I want to see eaten by a lion.
I want to know that they were eaten by a lion, but I don't want to watch it.
I want to see their skull get crunched into by the lion. I want to see it one time.
Okay. Did you watch Tiger King?
Yes.
Did Carol Baskin kill her husband?
Yes.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah, dude, come on.
All is right in the world. I know that she definitely fed that dude to tigers.
She did. And then she got a fucking cuck of a husband. Like, that guy.
That guy sucks. Did you see the wedding photo where he's on the leash?
Yes.
I showed that to Drexel, and he didn't stop laughing for about 10 minutes.
I know a cuck, and that's a cuck.
That's a cuck right there.
Yeah,
that guy
she traded down. She traded down because she could. She wanted all that money, and she wanted to make sure she was in control. Yeah, it was my opinion. My opinion. She's gross, in my opinion. And when I talked about it on stream one time, and no joke, someone from Big Cat Rescue actually emailed me the next day. Holy shit, man. Yeah, and they're like, "Hey, just so you know, Joe Exotic was really bad and mean to tigers and stuff." And I'm like, I sent back, "Are you from Big Cat Rescue?" And they're like, "Well, I've been volunteering there for the past year and a half." And I'm like, I was dying. Dude, here's the thing about that show, dude. There ain't no good guys. You know what I mean? Like, there is no everybody sucks. Everybody in that whole thing. There's shades of it. When I first talked about it, like, I hadn't watched the rest. I didn't know about Joe Exotic killing the tigers and shit like that. Just because. Personally, I don't care that much about, like, I would how do I say this without getting killed? I don't know. Maybe I should stop. An animal dying doesn't bother me all that much. Like, because I put a high value on human life and I put a lower value on everything else. So, for me, like, I don't think people should be wantonly cruel, but I also don't care that much if someone kills a tiger. Does that make sense? No, I get it. I get it, because there's no connection. Yeah. Like, that's how I feel. Like, it's a weird thing. Like, I grew up on a chicken farm. Yeah. And like, I have an affinity for cats, right? Like, I'm a cat or dog person. I like all animals. Sure. I like cats more. Me too. I like cats more. Yeah. But chickens, because I grew up with chickens and I've observed chickens, and I see that they're almost algorithmic, that there's not much to them. They move a certain way. They're very predictable. I've killed plenty of them, for food, and like I've had to kill chickens. I have no, I'm a chicken sociopath. You know, like I don't care. And like that's the thing.
If you work on a turkey farm, there's lots of turkeys out in my area. We actually, the city near me has a company that supplies 1/5 of the turkey eggs of the United States.
Turkey eggs.
So like when you're eating a Thanksgiving turkey, there's a 20% chance that the egg that hatched that turkey came from my town. Okay.
Wow.
So there's all these turkey farms. If you work on a turkey farm out here, you wear these big, like wader boots. And when you go into the turkey coop, you just walk. And if like a little turkey chick walks, like runs under the foot of the farmer, they just keep walking.
Right.
And just crush them because there's literally a million more of them. Right. So it's a weird thing, like the idea that we inflate the value of these animals. And now animals can have personality and be very valuable to people. I get it. Like if someone killed my cat, I'd really care. But if someone kills a cat, like just runs over a cat, I don't care.
Right.
Like, on the street.
It's an interesting thing, right? Like there's a weird, that's a whole nother show altogether.
I know. It's too much.
We could get all into the psychology of that.
Right. Evan Rogers says, has the world stopped burning yet? No, it hasn't.
No.
And shockingly, even after Keith Ellison stepped in and took over, Keith Ellison is not a prosecutor, y'all, but he took over the job of the county prosecutor who successfully prosecuted a cop last year in the same county for the same crime. Keith Ellison, though, he took over and escalated the charges to second-degree murder. Even when he did that,
it's a bad idea.
Yeah, the riots. The riots
because of the context. It's a context thing. Like that was just a show of like, we're hammering down, but anybody that pays attention knows it's just a fucking bad idea. Like it defangs things in the long run. Yeah, it's not good. And also you always have to be concerned with a political animal like Keith Ellison. He is a political monster. He wants to run for governor. And the idea of prosecuting this cop he already has a career, but it's a career-making case for any prosecutor who has governmental aspirations. I think it's a bad choice. Gillian Seed says, Nick sent you a tweet. Catholic podcaster and attorney Tim Gordon fired from his job for opposing Black Lives Matter in the riots. Please check this story out. I will. Evan Rogers says, every one of Bethesda's Twitter accounts has pride-themed logos, except for the one in the Middle East. Lol. That's kind of funny. Gaming or What TM says, Hail Dan. Hail.
Jason Bascom says, Dan needs to explain his bunny suit. Humans are concerned. You did. It's intended.
We did. I know Jason too. Get his book, Unhinged Entertainment Presents Absolute, if you want to check that out. I know Jason. He's a good dude.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
Check it out, guys. Solemn says, I'm trying my first Lagavulin 8-year tonight. Ooh, good choice. Do you like the peaty scotches?
I am a big Lafroig fan. Yes.
Lafroig's good. I would recommend a Lagavulin 12-year if you can find it.
You're going to have to spell that for me.
Laga. So Laga. Mm-hmm. Vulin. Vulin.
Vulin. 8-year?
Yeah. No, get the 12.
Oh, 12. Sorry, 12 years.
12 comes bottled at cask strength.
Oh.
And it's imagine Lagavulin with more oil in it.
You mean Lafroig?
Or Lafroig. Yeah, Lafroig. Sorry. Lafroig.
More oil?
With more oil. So it like you drink it and it just coats the inside of your mouth and sits there. It's like a Lafroig that won't go away. It's great. I bet it'd go great in your aging casks too.
Yeah.
Renkabot says, what's shaking, guys? Word up, Dan. What's up, buddy? Tarapar says, Nick, but why does combining explosive metal with poisonous gas give us tasty rock? I have no idea. No one important says, Tony Stark, that man's playing Galaga. That was you playing Galaga. I have the big Mortal Kombat arcade, but I also have a mini Mortal Kombat arcade.
See, that's the thing. That's what I got. I got a Galaga out in my other office, and then I got this guy right here.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Solemn says, "Oh God, rackets! I've had 2 sips of this Lagavulin 8 now, and it's terrible. Not my thing at all. I gotta side with Ty and stick with Jack and Jim Beam. No,
no.
You're with me, right? Jack Daniels is trash.
Jack Daniels is fucking garbage.
You know what I use Jack Daniels for? 2 things.
Barbecue sauce?
Nope. Ramen.
Oh.
So I saute vegetables and meat, and then I add Jack, and then light it up to burn off the alcohol, and then I add in the 2 cups of water or whatever, and cook the ramen noodles in that. That's great. Ramen, Jack ramen is good. And then the other thing was I made a Jack Daniels. What was it? A Jack Daniels Chipotle adobo sauce that I put in enchiladas.
So cooking.
Yeah.
Because I've had Jack Daniels twice, and I'm like, what is this for?
It is the worst drinking whiskey there is.
The problem that people have is that they've made it seem like the beverage of rock stars. You get guys like Slash, and that iconography of the guitarist drinking it straight on a stage. It's garbage.
Look, guys, if they're slamming liquor from a bottle, it's not a good liquor.
No.
If it was a good liquor, they'd take their time.
I'll give Jim Beam a point, though. Jim Beam, it's okay. Doesn't have that extra charcoal bullshit that Jack tries to put on people.
Sure.
But
I will say Gentleman Jack's okay.
I won't even touch that, man.
It's better. It's significantly better than just Jack.
Yeah.
But it's also 2.5 times the price. So, okay. But no, Lagavulin 8 is great, but you have to like smoky, peaty scotches. If you don't like a smoky, peaty scotch, it's going to be terrible. Skeet Neat says, I love the Doom Patrol comics, but the TV show is okay. Brendan Fraser is the best, though, and I wish they used Mr. Nobody original design.
Beggars can't be choosers, man. I mean,
yeah. It comes in pints, games, and more. Says take the BLE Fruit Loops, blue Fruit Loops. You don't want to see what's inside that rabbit's hole. You're right. I don't. Eskimo No Phono says backed and forgive you for Dragon Ball Evolution. We didn't even talk about Dragon Ball Evolution.
I thank you so much for that forgiveness. I don't know if I deserve it, but thank you so much.
What role did you have in Dragon Ball Evolution?
Tried my best, man. That's what my role was. I tried my best. I was a visual consultant and storyboard artist. The movie started off great. It started off, the script was awesome. The casting was questionable. I made some good friends. Chow Yun Fat, great guy. Emmy Rossum, wonderful. Justin
Emmy
Chatwin.
Rossum, she's very pretty.
And she's a sweetheart, dude.
And I love her in Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah.
Phenomenal singer.
I love her in Shameless.
I've never watched Shameless, but I want to.
Boobies, bro. Most definitely boobies. But no, I mean, what happened during that filming.
What about James Marsters? Is he a dick?
He was awesome. He was great.
Have you seen the musical episode of Buffy?
Yeah.
My wife and I watched that like literally 1,000 times.
I like the one called The Dentist, where it was all silent.
That was good. They won an Emmy for that, I think.
Yeah, that's my favorite. But the musical one was cool.
Musical one's good. And James Marsters, he can sing really well. He's great. I like him.
Yeah, he was good. Nice guy, too. Another really nice guy.
I'd love to meet him at some point. My wife loves him.
The only person that I had a problem with, and it was completely a cultural barrier, there was a girl. She played Piccolo's sidekick. She was like the badass assassin girl, the badass girl. Her name
I
was
kind of remember.
Akumi. I met her at the launch party. Then we all went out for dinner a couple nights after, and she said, "I'm Akumi," and I said, yeah, I know. I met you at the party. She's like, huh? I said, I'm just giving you shit. That's all I said to her. I'm just giving you shit.
Yeah.
And then for like 3 days, I'd be like, hey, how's it going? And she'd kind of look at me like, fuck you, you know? I'm like, what the fuck did I do? You know? And then we were at another dinner and I went up to her. I said, listen, like, I don't know exactly what I said to you that made you upset, but let's settle this. Like, and she goes, you said you wanted to shit on me. And I said, what? What are you talking? Because she's Japanese and big time language barrier. I go, what are you talking about? She said, you wanted to give me your shit. And I said, oh God. And I go, no, I said I was just giving you shit. She goes, that's what you said. I said, that means I'm playing with you. Like I'm joking with you. I'm giving you, I'm teasing you.
Right.
She's like, oh, I go, yeah. You said you introduced yourself, and I said we already met. Yeah, I said we'd already met each other, and I go, hey, you know, and then I said I basically said I'm just kidding with you, and then we were fine afterwards. But like, can you imagine? Like, hey, how you doing? Yeah, I want to shit on you. You know, like, who says that? Oh yeah, shit?
No, I love it. It reminds me of The Simpsons, where Homer was going to climb the mountain, and he's going to work out, and he drives up, and he's like, 24-hour Gime, and then he goes inside, and it's a gym, you know, where people lifting weights, and he goes, oh, a Gime.
Right.
That's what that story tells me.
Yeah. So the problem with this movie was twofold. Number one, while we were in production, there was a Jet Li, Jackie Chan movie trailer that had come out that freaked the studio out, because by the look of that trailer, they thought, oh no, some other studio made our movie.
What was the Jet Li, Jackie Chan movie?
I don't remember. It was
I've
like
seen
they were training a kid. It was Jet Li, Jackie Chan, 2008. Just put Jet Li, Jackie Chan.
Monkey King? Huh? Forbidden Kingdom.
That was it. Yeah. So they're like training. They're like two old Asian dudes training a white kid to be a badass fighter or whatever. So that was essentially from their trailer. The studio freaked out that we were making the same movie, even though we weren't.
Right. Their
solution was, we need to fix our movie. But the problem, it's a big head shake.
Yeah.
It just, as an idea, it's a big head shake. But the problem is while we were filming, I don't know if you remember this, it was in the beginning of 2008. It's when Heath Ledger died. I remember getting the call while we were down there in Mexico. There was a writer's strike.
Oh, so yeah. That's when Dr. Horrible came out.
What's that?
Dr. Horrible came out when...
Right.
Yeah.
So there was there were no writers to rewrite the movie, and they sent studio executives to quote unquote fix it.
No, and studio execs are the worst writers on the planet.
Right, the guy that they sent, because I remember talking to the director, I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? This guy's a fucking idiot. And he's like, I don't know, look up his IMDb. I looked him up. His previous job before being an executive was accountant on Big Mama's House Part 2.
Shout out to my man Martin Lawrence. I love Martin Lawrence.
What happened to Dragon Ball? That's what happened to Dragon Ball.
It's a disaster, and I don't think you don't learn about these things often enough, unless you have like some inside track to the production. But like Gothica, Halle Berry horror movie, and if you watch Gothica, the first half of it is great. It's actually a really good horror movie for about 45 minutes. And then you're subjected to 45 minutes of abject monstrosity. It's bad. It's ill thought out. It's ill conceived. And the problem with Gothica was the writer had submitted the script. They pitched it. They liked the concept. And then he was halfway through the rewrite. He's doing and if you guys don't know, when you pitch a script, an executive goes, yeah, I like it. I have these people. Okay, good. And then they buy your thing, and then you get some people in there to tell you that your movie actually sucks and you have to fix it. So he's halfway through his rewrite, and they say, we have Halle Berry now for 21 days under contract. We're filming this movie. And he says, I'm not done. And they say, we have Halle Berry for 21 days. You're filming the movie. And so that's why Gothica sucks, is because you have half of the movie being rewritten, and the other half, he needed 4 or 5 more months to rewrite and workshop the rest of this movie, and he didn't get it. And so that's often why movies actually fail. There's a competent writer, they sell an idea, and then the idea is adopted by an exec, and then sometimes the reality and practicality of production ruins that. It's great. I heard that story from a guy named Sidney Iwanta. Have you ever met him?
No.
He was the guy who basically in the 80s he approved all family television programming.
Oh.
Like G.I. Joe scripts, Transformer scripts, he okayed all of them.
Wow.
He was really cool. He came to our school when I was in screenwriting and talked to our class and read our scripts and then told us we were all shit. Literally. No, it was good. It was good because we needed it, right? It was a reality check from a studio person. All right. Daniel Price says, I love gold. Me too, I guess.
Maybe he was talking about Deathmate Gold.
Oh, probably. Hopefully.
Gold's awesome.
Poper Lives 34 Links says, hail rackets. Hail. Andrew War Snowboard says, Dak Prescott gave $1 million to fight racism. Good job throwing your money into a garbage disposal. Sebastian Anon says, Dan the demon that takes out Nick better be wielding a remote followed by a bunch of smiley emojis. So that's for the comic, I think. Poper Lives 34 Links says Brian Kreisgau says, Twitter is a toxic cesspool of negativity, but unfortunately it's an essential promotional tool for an indie creator. Yes.
He's right.
Poper Lives 34 Links says, fix your ears, yo. That's to you. My ears are fine. But your ears are terrible.
He's talking, this is Brian Kreisgau's book right here. Six Gun Gorilla.
Nice.
He's talking from experience. I just got his book. Yeah. You actually have to be on Twitter. It's dumb. It sucks. You have to what do they say? If you want to score, you got to take shots. Well, the shots are out there in Twitterville, fucking cesspool.
Twitter translates to 250 live viewers for me. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. If I don't announce it on Twitter, I can expect 250 less on average live viewers. Some nobody says, put some powdered sugar on that Nito burrito, and then does this.
That works.
Satanic Potato says, we have L&L in California. They had them in Orange County where I grew up. I love that chef special. Poper Lives 34 says, put your money where your mouth is. Walk, I'm looking at you, yo. Put your money where your mouth is. Walk, I'm looking at you, yo. Does he mean Gelth Walker? I don't know. That's the only walk I've got. I already backed Dan Fraga's book, and you should too. Back Black Flag. It's in the description.
Definitely do it. I'm really excited about the book. And here's the thing, man. When we hit 150, we unlock a stretch goal. I'm not one of those assholes who says, hey, when we hit 150, I unlock a stretch goal where you can buy more shit. No. When you hit 150 with my campaign, you get more shit. If you order a book, suddenly there's a whole new comic book in your order as well. Black Flag 0.5. A whole new story. So hop on that. Help me out, please.
Here, I'm gonna put it up on the screen for a minute here. Where'd it go?
They got to see the badassness of it all.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up. Oh, here we go.
It's too badass for your computer, sir.
No, there it is. There it is. There's the Indiegogo campaign.
You must have upgraded your RAM.
I did. Right now, I upgraded my RAM live on air. Here's the campaign, Black Flag. Check it out, guys. Go ahead and buy it. Remember, I'll be killed in it, which you can't see me killed. I'm immortal otherwise. Barb Rogers, Little Miss Sunburn. Oh my God.
Great
Too
name.
much whiskey. Says, when was the last time you washed that bunny suit, Dan?
Not yet.
I was wondering
Smells
the same
great.
thing.
Smells great.
Do you
Smells
lick it
great.
clean after every live stream like a proper bunny?
I do.
And your ears are crossed. And they still are. Stars Girl Forever says, you have the best chat ever. If I could hug them all, I would, especially Esme. Thank you for the entertaining streams. Stars Girl Forever, I believe my mods were sharing a link to a way to support Stars Girl Forever. I'm not aware of what that is, but make sure and check that out. Mods, if you want to go ahead and reiterate what's going on there. I don't know. I'm sorry. 26 Jaeger says, did you say Death Watch because of the Clone Wars? No.
He just got Deathmate wrong.
Yeah. Death Watch is also a Warhammer 40K thing. I'm a Warhammer 40K fan, by the way. If
you watch Heels versus Babyface?
I don't. I need to.
Heel versus Babyface. He paints Warhammer figures, and it's so relaxing.
I bought some figures and paints for my wife and I to sit down.
Yeah.
I want her to do on my other channel, which is just a media channel. I want her and I to do painting streams together. So I will check out Heel versus Babyface's.
He's great. As is the host. He's
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I was on a show with him on Nerdrotics channel. Az is awesome.
Gary. Yeah, Gary's channel. Yeah, Az is great, man. I fucking love that guy.
Yeah, I didn't realize that Heel versus Babyface was him.
That's him. That's his channel.
Okay, I'll have to watch it. I need to talk to him about painting because I'm not an art, and and
he's so good.
I have this problem where when I get fine motor skills, like I grip things, my hands shake. So I'm trying to overcome that as I paint.
Diazepam.
What?
Diazepam.
Diazepam? That sounds like a pharmaceutical.
It is a pharmaceutical. The only reason I know it is that you remember Metal Gear, the game?
Yeah.
In the Metal Gear Solid, the sniper, because it was cold, anytime he was like shaking, he's like, take some diazepam. And then he takes diazepam and he would stop shaking and he had a steadier shoot.
Did you ever play the original Metal Gears on Nintendo?
Oh, yeah. Fuck yes, I did. That was an excellent game. That was 88. Hell yeah.
Yeah, but did you play Snake's Revenge?
I did not.
Snake's Revenge. If you can ever, I don't know if you care about like emulating old Nintendo games.
I have a RetroPie right over here.
Find Snake's Revenge.
I probably have it.
I bet you do, and it is the most frustrating, teeth-pulling bullshit you will ever play. It's great.
Sounds awesome.
Bad Vibe says, I must say Image was awesome because it wasn't Marvel or DC. Creators own their property under a common banner. There were issues, but it is a good example of a co-op of independent creators.
That's what we're doing with Comicsgate.
It was a new model, and that's what I was going to say. That's what Comicsgate really is. It's a new model. And people should check it out. People should explore it. Explore the creators that you like. The independent market is critical to everything. It starts with comics. It's expanding to video games. It's going to expand to movies, full-on movies at some point. We're going to have independent creators with the same tools that Hollywood has, and Hollywood will collapse. Like at some point, these major monolithic companies are getting reality checked by the fact that people on YouTube can do the same thing. And it's great. I can't wait. Steve Shitty says, please try to turn Nick onto Bastard.
It's a comic. See, he heard me talk about when we were talking about.
Yeah, it's a manga, right?
Mangas. Dude, Bastard's fucking awesome.
I feel like I've heard of Bastard. I don't know. I'll have to check
awesome.
it out. Yeah. Eskimo no Phono says could be worse. Could be Legend of Chun-Li. No, stop it. King Crow says, Dan, question. Black
Kaka.
Flag. What?
I said Kaka. It's King Crow. I had to.
Oh.
Kaka.
Kaka. Black Flag stretch goal. Kaka. He's asking you.
Maybe second issue. Issue 1 has all the stretch goals. I mean, we have stretch goals all the way up to 200. If I hit 250, I'll give you a flag. But we'll probably end up doing one for the issue 2.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And then Donut Swan. Oh, excuse me. Says Fraga Boom.
That's me.
And then finally, Uy 99 says, can I donate $146,000 to get Dan to strip off of his bunny rabbit suit? It's not that much. You only have to get him up to 200K. Right? Like at 200K, you take off the bunny suit.
Wait, are they saying they're wanting to kick down 146K, like another 146K?
That's what they said.
Don't talk them out of that, man. That'll put me at 192? Like, let's fucking do that.
No, that'd put you at 292, I think.
292. Thank you, man. My math is bad. I got the 92 part right.
You got lawyer math going. It's okay.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Uy 99. Don't let me discourage you. Drop $146,000.
Yeah, I'm starting to zip down. Look at this shit. Fucking
Dan will do a sexy.
Make it happen, bro.
He will do an e-thought strip show of the bunny suit just for you.
I'll even do a fucking e-thought / cooking strip show. I'll fucking cook bacon in this bitch.
You cook bacon while taking the suit off? That's disgusting. I hope you get grease burns all over your naked body.
I'll share it with you, bro. I will.
I'll join him.
20%, bro.
I'll join him for the stream. All right, guys. That's all the chats that we have. Is there anything you want to say to the stream? Of course, they should back Black Flag. It's in the description. Check it out.
I have a few things to say.
Yeah.
Number one, every day we wake up, we have the opportunity that doesn't cost you anything. And that opportunity is to be and do your best. As long as you make a choice to be your best and do your best, and also lower your expectations on anything in your life. Don't expect that you're going to get to work on time. Don't expect that the things that you do are going to give you the results you want. And you're going to find out that there's going to be all kinds of happiness in your life because all of your low expectations will be exceeded. So be and do your best. Keep your expectations low and find your fucking bliss.
Yeah, man. I agree. The way I frame it is find joy.
Yeah.
You won't always be happy. Not every day is going to be a great day. That's fine. But find joy. Find the things that bring you a consistent level. And that level being above average, like above the norm of what your life would be otherwise. Can I
throw an unless in there? I'm sorry.
You do as much as you want. Yeah.
Unless it's cucking, you know.
Unless it's cucking. Don't. Look, the question I always ask Drexel is it ever okay to be a cuck? And his answer is no. It's never okay to be a cuck. So unless it's cucking. No, I mean find joy. And I genuinely believe, like, I'm taking joke and turning it into truth here. I genuinely believe if you are in a relationship where cuckoldry is on the table in a legitimate way, you're not in a joyous relationship and you're in something else. Your partner is your partner and you should be in it 100%, and so should they. And that is something that's sacred between you two. So find joy. And if you don't have joy, seek it out. That doesn't mean leave your current relationship or anything like that. It means seek it within your relationship or outside of your relationship, whatever that may look like for you. But find joy, because life is too damn short to not have it. So find what makes you sublimely serene and on your average day. You're going to have bad days, you're going to have good days, but the things that make your average day serene, that is joy. Find that, seek it, because that's the magic of keeping yourself alive and fulfilling yourself. That's my humble take.
I find mine in whiskey, the laughter of my children, and in creating awesome art.
And it really is like it's that. Like I hate to.
Yeah.
It's not a complex thing.
No.
It could be you liking He-Man comics or whatever and reading them every day.
Lollipop in my mouth and butter in my ass.
To quote,
make $1.01 in this world.
To quote Chuck Palahniuk, as the French say, who doesn't like having their butt sucked?
That's amazing.
All right, man. Well, let's wrap up the show. If you want to hang out for just a second, I'd like to say goodbye to my guests in private after the show ends.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. I am going to be on Twitch. I know you think I'm not going to. I'm going to be on Twitch, probably not for very long, but come hang out with me on Twitch. I've got a new game to show you. And Dan, thank you so much for coming on. I've had a blast talking with you.
Likewise. Got to do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I wish you all the best.
I'll have better whiskey next time.
We'll have a whiskey off.
Yes.
I think we should do this. The next stream, we should each buy like 3 progressively more ridiculous bottles.
Yes.
And we'll start with like a crappy whiskey and finish with something great.
I'm in.
So
I know my shop. I'm going to go down to Pops and make that shit happen.
We'll do it. I wish you all the best in Black Flag, and I can't wait to see how I get offed. And thanks guys for hanging out with us tonight, and we'll talk to you soon.
It's 420, yo.
What?
It's 420, yo.
Oh, yeah. East Coast it is. In Minnesota, it's still 3:20. I can't smoke weed for another hour.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. Have a good night. Peace.